잠시 후 제2회 아태 영 리더스 포럼 제주 두 번째 날 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째 날 첫 시간이라 참석률은 꽉 찰 정도는 아니지만 그래도 조금 더 집중할 수 있는 시간이 될 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하고요. 혹시 밖에 아직 안 들어오신 분이 계시다면 참석하실 수 있도록 공유해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Outside this hall, please enter the hall so that we can begin this session.
저희가 9시 30분부터 시작을 해야 하는데
We're supposed to begin this session at 9:30 sharp,
여러분들이 양해의 마음을
but
지켜봐 주시면
we are going to be a little behind the schedule. I
여기서 포토제로 여러분들이 있다면
will ask for your cooperation.
참가자 여러분들이 있다면 들어오셔서
May the participants outside this hall enter this hall and so that we can begin this session.
네, 저희들이 함께 해야 할 약속 중에 하나가 시간 약속이기 때문에
There is one thing that you have to promise, that is to keep time. So we'll start on time. And we need your cooperation.
제가 여느 행사장을 많이 돌아다녀
I've been to many events, and don't you think that the stage is very pretty, beautiful? It's blue. It is not too bright, not too dark, so it is just right. And I hope that the supporters will use this as a photo zone. So please take as many photos as possible during the break time. It is not difficult. It is not far from you, and this is a very friendly stage. So I hope you will enjoy this session.
이제 발표하실 분
Now the panelists are waiting, and you don't have to wear masks. And those in the floor, please make sure that you wear masks. And please move over to the front. And please don't sit on the aisle seats. So please move toward the center of the floor. Now we'll have 2 sessions in the morning, and we'll have luncheon, and after that we will have another session, and followed by the closing ceremony. So there are so many people, and please take your seat in the center, not aisle seats. Whenever the session is over, you will have the ratings for the satisfaction, and then QR code is given. So please give your opinions and your thoughts, and we will consider them for the next year to make the forum successful. So please make sure that everybody does that. Now we'll start and take your seats. And thank you very much for coming for such an early time in the morning. And I'm Kim Mi, the MC of the second Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum for the fostering of young local leaders of Jeju. And many young people are participating in this forum with passion. Today, JDC partners prepared six concurrent sessions in this room. We'll run 3 sessions. Jeju Provincial session, Clean Talk. Young minds gather to discuss the environment will start the forum, followed by the World Heritage Festival session and a forum on the preservation and use of natural heritage through an international network. Then the Korea Foundation, JNU, and Daewoo Global Management Institute will hold a joint session, Global Youth and Jobs in the International Community. Now we'll begin today's last session, Clean Talk. And please come up to the stage. Young minds gather to discuss the environment. The session will be moderated by Ms. Kim Ji-yoon, chairman of the GEYK Green Environment Youth Korea, and the panelists include Jeju Youth Roundtable member Mr. Jeon Sung-wan, Mr. Ju Gi-hwa, Ms. Hwang Shi, and Ms. Hwang Nan. I like this response. Another cheers and claps. Big hand. And the moderator and panelists take their seats. I'll hand my microphone over to Ms. Kim Ji-yoon. I am Ji-yoon Kim of the GEYK Green Environment Youth Korea, and I'm the representative. I flew from Seoul very late last night, and we had some talk, and we had preparation meetings and rehearsal, and I hope that we will hear about their opinions in detail. And let me introduce other people. 저는
너 이제 한국 사람이고요.
and I'm Hwang Shi. You know theater in the United States. You just omit Edel, and then my name is Xie. I'd like to introduce some things, and I'm doing the master's degree at Jeju National University. Thank you very much. Good morning. I am Ju Gi-han, who loves Hala Mountain, and then I live in Mount Hala, and then I climb there every day, and I'd like to talk about it. Next, Mr. Jeon Sung-wan. Good morning. I am the 6th representative of the Green Environment Roundtable. I was discharged from the national service, and around this time last year, we had a leaders forum, and I was a supporter. And I'm glad to talk about myself in the second forum. There are so many youth and university students, and we don't have enough chance to talk about the environment. And the next one is
My name is Hoan Lan, and I am an international student, come from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And this year I have an opportunity to receive the Global Korean Government Scholarship, or as known as GKS 2022. And I am currently studying my one-year language program at Jeju National University before going to Trung University next year to pursue my master degree in global MBA. Actually, after having the opportunity to receive the scholarship and coming to Korea, specifically this beautiful Jeju Island, I do feel the urge to contribute back to the country, to Korea and to Jeju Island. And that's why I feel very happy to be a part of this forum where young people can really share their perspective and their knowledge for the common causes. Thank you for joining today, and I hope you're going to have a great time.
네, 저희 모두 이제
Thank you. And all of the panelists are gathered here with the same keyword, the environment and Jeju. Now we will invite the first speaker. Okay. Let me begin my presentation. The environmental issues are a global issue. As we are gathered in Jeju, so my presentation will focus on the Jeju issues. When it comes to the environment, what word comes to your mind? In my case, it would unexpectedly, I think of the term youth. It is because the environment, to me, is related to the use of resources on the earth. And to me, the youth is related to the use of the time. So that is how they are related. Let me briefly introduce Jeju. Jeju is a well-known island for its tourism and cleanliness. It may be different depending on the types of survey. However, 50 to 70% of the local businesses involved in tourism. The Jeju Tourism Organization studied and found out that people visit Jeju to enjoy these sceneries and the natural heritage. And so the scenic spots are the factors that turn Jeju into an attractive destination, and that is an important factor to attract people. Unfortunately, however, with the growing number of visitors to Jeju, you will get to see some side effects. You may have seen this type of a scene on Jeju. I'm not sure if you have seen them, but we cannot define them as a natural scenic spot. I would probably call them the waste spot. The cleanliness is does not any longer apply to Jeju. Jeju it used to be known as an island with three abundances, that is women, stone, and wind. And now we have one more added to these abundances, that is waste. And that is a serious issue. The waste issue is something that we must resolve. According to a residential survey, the respondents answered that the waste issue is the most critical problem in terms of the environment of Jeju. There should be more landfill sites, and people opposed to the purchase of more landfill sites. Due to the geographical features of Jeju Island, there are limitations. How did you get to Jeju Island? My idea is that most of them used plane, and some of you may have used the ship. Whichever means you use, that will eventually create air pollution. And bringing waste into Jeju Island it's so often and easy, but taking it out away from Jeju is very difficult, and lots of products have been consumed on Jeju that which resulted in environmental degradation. And what is the main cause of this environmental degradation? And the greatest cause would be over tourism. When listening to this term, you would notice the meaning of this term, which it's a combination of over and tourism. So it's an excessive tourism businesses. Due to this over tourism, residents in Jeju experienced many difficulties and inconveniences, and that resulted in many different types of pollution. After this forum, you will be able to take a look at the coastal areas of Jeju, and you'll get to see many coffee shops. And the coffee shops use lots of plastic cups. With the growing number of visitors of Jeju, you we have seen a growing number of waste as well. If so, then what measures has Jeju taken to resolve these issues? The differentiated policy includes this CFI, which means carbon-free island, 2030. The CFI 2030 initiative is targeting 2030 in order to turn Jeju into a carbon-free island. And this slide shows the main goals of the CFI. And electric vehicles are in terms of electric vehicles, Jeju Island has the greatest ratio of distribution of electric vehicles. And we also try to provide support, national and local support for the generation of renewable energy. And Jeju is also well known for its tangerine farms. And the tangerine farms are turning into smart farms subsidized by the government. And the second initiative is the WFI 2030. It is related to waste. So this means waste-free island 2030. In order to reduce waste on Jeju, the Jeju government launched the initiative, the objectives of this initiative. And the key in this policy is to reduce the use of plastic bags and plastic materials. So these are the measures taken by Jeju government to reduce the use of plastic. A large coffee shop sell retail service stopped selling plastic cups. Instead, they're using reusable cups, and the coffee shops on Jeju Island, as well as the shops and different tourism businesses, will also follow the trend. The products will seek recycling and zero waste, and and there are also current companies that produce CO2, and they are trying to join this CO2 reduction trend as well. And when using plastic bags, especially by the Samdasu bottled water brands, they're trying to use the biodegradable material. And Jeju also has the daily sort and separation system. And we also have the clean house. At the beginning of this initiative, residents of Jeju Island were against this policy because it's inconvenient. However, before and after the comparison, before and after this initiative shows that this initiative helped greatly to reduce the generation of waste. Earlier, I said the environment reminds me of the youth. And there is a clock showing the environmental threats. And as of today, it is 9:35. 12 o'clock, it means the culminating time of this environmental threat clock. So we are at a very risky point. We, the young people, are supposed to live up to 110. So as of the life expectancy, when we calculate this clock based on our young age, 30, then this means that we are at 9:35 now, so which means that the environmental issues are at a serious condition. As I said, Jeju used to be known as an island and is known as the island of cleanliness, but recently it is experiencing the increasing amount of waste. So it is trying to build an exemplary cycle of reusing and recycling resources, and that. Thank you for your attention.
웨이스트 정책에 대해서 얘기를 해주셨는데, 네, 말씀해주시면서 보여주셨던 사진들 있잖아요. 저도 제주도 여행을 와봤을 때 많이 봤던 사진들이라 되게 공감이 많이 됐고, 그리고 제주
Ago, Jeju Island does not use the one expendable goods, and we have to spread this movement to the mainland. And the next one is Mr. Ju Gi-han's presentation. And my name is Ju Gi-hwan, and the topic is Green Talk. On behalf of the youth of Jeju Island, I'm here. I was not born in Jeju, and I didn't grow up in Jeju. Accidentally, I visited Jeju Island in 2016, and I joined the cycle competition. And I was quite. I felt comfortable with the online game when I was 20. However, when I saw this natural scenery, I was really comforted, and my mind was healed, and I thought I could do something. And since then, I had a good relationship with Jeju Island, and I traveled many places by cycling. And how can I improve the attractiveness of Jeju Island, I thought. First, I thought, okay, I can just enjoy the scenery. However, fine dust broke out, and 2019 we had COVID-19, and our daily life is not a gift. We just have to struggle and make effort to lead a comfortable life, and we need a lot of resources. We gather our power together, and 2030 is not the scene that we can imagine. And can we do that? I was wondering. I love Jeju Island very much, and I traveled to Jeju Island, Jeju Island 25 times, and I climbed Mount Hala many times. This is what I saw that time. You see the Korean fur, and this Korean fur is also known as the Christmas tree, and it's very popular.
그런데 이제 이 한라산에서 봤었던 이 구상나무가 1,500m 이상에서만 집단 서식을 한다고
And I heard that they grow at the level of 1,500 meters, and however, it is endangered
일정한 강수량이 이제 내리지 않기 때문에
because we don't have the constant precipitation, and many withered and died.
구상나무를 보게 된다면 이제 삶과 죽음
And we see the crossroad of the life and death of Korean fur, and what will happen to the Korean fur in the 20 or 30 years time. And these green Korean furs will die anytime tomorrow,
죽어가고 있다는 것을
and other plants are dying.
그렇다면 우리가 할 수 있는 것은 무엇인가
What do we have to do?
하는 것부터
And we start with a small thing.
음식물을 버리는 것에 대해서
And we should not throw away our food and waste.
자연이 변하고
You have that kind of concept.
동식물들이 이제 생태계에 대한 이제 이동이 있다라고 알고 있습니다.
And I know that the cosmetics also influence the movement of the flora and fauna.
알지 못한다면
If you don't know that,
독립공원처럼
we'll
일부 통제해야 되는
control the path.
정도처럼
And just like Commando, we have to give the
청소를 마치고 나서야
sabbatical year.
이제 태국의 해양공원이 있고요.
And there is a marine park in Thailand.
쓰레기를 이제 분리수거 있다라는
And Byeonsan-Bando National Park can be an example to deal with the waste problem. There are 7 golden rules of the environmentally friendly rules, and we have to prepare very well in advance, and we should keep to the regulation of the national park and get rid of the waste, and you just leave what you are and protect wild animals and plants, and consider other visitors, and we should use environmentally friendly goods. And now I can suggest something. And our story should be turned into policy. And I thought we can establish Korean Halasan Mountain Youth Guide. And we can see what we have to do and what we can do. And there might be something that we can do for them. And there is one thing that I want to talk about is just look at the map, and many people say that this is Mount Hala. And this is the land where I can do something. And this is UNESCO heritage. And this is the Jeju Island where you have beautiful mountain covered with snow in the winter. And you should consider and don't give any damage to other people.
아까 전에 처음에 나온 코로나 바이러스라던가
And the COVID-19 and fine dust. are the problems we face that we never expected before. And these are the shackles of the clean environment.
변화를 우리가 느낄 수도 있습니다.
And we will experience climate change,
생각했었던 것들을
and we will lose the thing that we think is very important.
있었던 우리의 제주,
Our Jeju Island
제주라는
is what we want to do something for, and we should protect and we should make together.
그래서 그런 것들을 지키지 않았을 때
If you don't keep the rules and regulations, then we'll harbor all the dangers.
미래를 이렇게 강력한 눈빛으로 봤을 때
And when we see that our future, our environment, it's very dusty. However, if you look at that, you can see the good view of the natural forests, and we can live with natural environment. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you for your presentation. He introduced his interest in the Korean fir trees and his activities in the Jeju Roundtable. I personally involved in the Seoul Youth Roundtable too. We addressed the jobs, the environment, and many other aspects. And the tourism department of the roundtable is very interesting. Now, let's listen to Mr. Chun Song-hwan.
제주 청년들에게
Nice to meet you.
청년이란을 주제로
Today, I would like
발표를 하게
to
됐는데요.
give a presentation about the meaning of the environment to Jeju people.
원탁회의에 대해서 혹시 궁금하실 것 같아서 한번
You
간단하게
may
말씀드리면
be
좋을 것 같습니다.
wondering what
저희
the
청년 원탁회의는
Youth Roundtable is. The Youth Roundtable is managed by the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. It is a young leaders institute where young residents of Jeju gather together at a round table and make suggestions for policies,
정책이 재현돼서
and the policies are realized
시선으로 실질적으로 만들 수
and
있는 그런 기구들을
designed with the perspective of the youth.
올해로 제주도에
This year marks the 6th year,
내년에는 더 많은 청년들이 이제 실기로 이제
and
출범할 예정입니다. 네, 그러면 발표를 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
now I will begin my presentation.
네, 환경 리프레시, 제주의 환경을 생각합니다. 네,
The environment refresh.
말씀드렸다시피
We think about the environment of Jeju. That's the logo. As I mentioned earlier, I was discharged from the military service in August last year. And after that, I started to pay attention to the environment, which means that I am not an expert in the environment or an activist in the environment. After I was discharged, I joined the startup club of Jeju National University, and there I encountered Dodam Studio. It is an upcycle business, and that was when I first paid attention to the environmental issues. And ever since, I have paid interest in the environmental protection activities.
바로 담배꽁초입니다.
My presentation will focus on the cigarettes. Around the street, you will get to see many of the smoked cigarettes, and that is the most easily seen waste on the street. And I think it is a typical item that we need to fix. And Jeju also has the beautiful trekking trail that is called the Ole Trail. It is the trail paths where you can enjoy the nature. And walking along these paths, you'll get to see many of the waste littered on the street. And that is a very unfortunate part about Jeju, because we see the waste on the beautiful roads. You will and these waste will distract visitors from the beautiful scenery. And we also have the Nakongchi, and I was interviewed by a broadcasting station. I
수 있으니까
also promote
실제로 제가
the
이제 청년
environmental
대사로서
aspects
또
of
이제
Jeju.
환경에
As
대해서
a young
청년들의 어떤
journalist,
생각을 받고
I
있는가를 인터뷰를 하고 또
interview
그들의 인터뷰를
young
아카이빙해서
residents of Jeju
알리는
and
활동도
archive their
하는데요.
responses.
환경, 제주 청년들의 생각을 담아서 라디오로 또 이제
And
기자 활동을 하게
I
됩니다.
appeared in the
다음
radio
설명을
station to talk about
보여드립니다.
this,
사실 이
their
사진에서
responses. And
보시는 분들은 맨
this
왼쪽인가요?
is about
네,
the
이쪽을
conservation
보시면
activity.
또
And
이제
if you
폭포가 또
look
제가
at
보이는데요. 이때 이제 군대 전역한 지 얼마 안
look
돼서
on
이제
the left side
환경
of this
플로깅을
picture, I'm
진행했던 건데요.
here. I
사실
was
특이한 걸 보게 되면 우리가
a member
플로깅이라고
of the
하면
plugging.
보통 해양 쓰레기를 줍는 활동을 생각할 수
Plugging
있을 것 같아요.
is an
근데 이 부분
activity of
특이하게
picking up
저희가 청년 세대를
marine
중심으로
garbage.
또 우리가
And this
생각하는
is a very unique group
N세대 기성세대가
because it's
함께
led by
어우러져서
the
쓰레기를
young
줍는
residents.
활동을 매주 정기적으로 이렇게
And the young
했는데요.
residents were later
뭔가
joined
우리
by
도시 곳곳에
the
있는 담배꽁초를
older
쌓아서
generations
쓰레기를
as well. We
기성세대와
walk
N세대가
around
결합해서
the
줍는 특별한
streets, not
기획들을
just the
창설하게
coastal
돼서
areas,
기억에 남았었던
to pick
단어였습니다.
up the waste
네,
to
다음
clean up
장면은
the
제주의
streets.
환경을 저도 사랑합니다. 제주
And the title
청년들과
of slide is
함께하는
that
제주
we
리프레시
love the
프로젝트
environment
블루
of Jeju.
가든인데요.
This is
앞서 말한
the Blue
활동들은
Garden
어떻게 보면
project.
뭔가 단기성이라고 볼 수
The
있겠지만
previous
이런
projects I
활동들은
introduced
이제
were
한 번,
short-term
한 파트에
based.
줍는 게 아니라
However,
2박 3일
the
동안
Blue Garden
청년들이 환경에
project
대해서 교육을
is
받고 또
a
환경에
camp
대해서 직접
program where
플로깅을
students,
하면서
the
제주
young
곳곳에
leaders
다니면서
participate
제주를
for 2 nights and
리프레시하게
3 days,
만들 수 있는 그런
and they
블루 가든
walk around
프로젝트를 직접
the different
기획하기도
parts of
했고 직접
Jeju
함께
and
플로깅
learn
프로젝트를
about
해서
the
실제로
environment.
저희가 입고 있는 옷을 보시게
If
되면
you look at
청년들이
what
이제
we are
청년 사진관에서
wearing in this
직접
picture,
친환경 재질로
was
만든 바람막이에요. 네, 그걸
produced
직접 입고
by
활동하는 청년들이
an
있었습니다.
eco-friendly startup led by
네, 사실
young
제가
local
앞서
leaders.
말씀드린 이제 프로그램이나 프로젝트를 이제 말씀드린 이유는
The
한번 제주
projects I
청년들이 이러한 활동들을
introduced
하고 있는데 그렇다면
addressed what
앞으로 제주에
activities
이게
are the
이렇게
Jeju
활용이
local
많이
young
된다던가 잘
leaders
풀릴까
have
하지만
involved in.
제주 청년들이 할 수 있는 것은 무엇이
And
있을까?
now
제주 환경의 미래는 어떻게
I'm
됐을까를
going to
한번
talk
생각해 봤을
about the
때
future
한번
of the
제안해 볼 수가
environment
있습니다.
of
우리
Jeju
앞에서
and
이것을 하는 만큼
what other
뭔가
activities
미래에는 환경에
that the
대해서
local young
이렇게
leaders
변하면
could
좋지 않을까를 생각해 봤는데요.
promote. My
가장
idea
말씀드리고 싶었던 건
is that
담배꽁초를 주제로 한번 프로젝트를 만들어 봤습니다.
we
세계
can launch a
질병기구에
project of
의하면
getting rid
2017년도
of the
기준으로 약
used
7조
smoked
3,100억
cigarettes.
개의
As
담배가
of
소비되고 있다고 합니다. 그리고 이
2019,
담배는 하수구를 통해서 강,
the smoked
홍수,
cigarettes
바다로
value
흘러가고요.
is
쓰레기 문제,
more
또
than
유해물질
7
배출의 문제,
billion,
또한 침수 피해 등
7
다양한
trillion
환경
won.
문제를 야기하는 활동들을 하고
And
있습니다.
most
보시게
of
되면
them
홈페이지를
are
보더라도
thrown
담배꽁초가
away
가장 많이
into
쓰러진
the
쓰레기로
sewage
보여지고 있어요.
system. And you
실제로
can
우리가
see
지역
that
지상에서 쓰레기를 줍는 것
the
외에도
amount
해양에서
of
이 경우
used
굉장히 많이
smoked
볼 수
cigarettes
있었는데요.
were the
그래서 저는 한번 제안합니다.
greatest, biggest
화이트와인,
share in the
플라스틱
amount of
연대
waste
상관없이
collected
제작된
from the
편찬을
streets.
부정선거
And
신문을
I
판매하기
suggest the
어렵고
5
그리고
whys.
부적절한 장학회가
First of all,
소개하기 때문에
most
표현을 할 만한 장소가
people,
마땅치
most
않기
smokers
때문에
cannot
그렇기 때문에
are
담배꽁초가
not welcomed by
길바닥에
the
무분별하게 버려지는구나 라는 생각을 하게 되었습니다.
residents, and
그래서 저는
that is why
사회사를
they
위한
decide to
미래형
throw
이동식
away
재떨이를 만들어 보자라는
smoked
질문을
cigarettes on the
던지게
streets
되는데요.
because they have to be
바로
hiding when they're
꽁초치는
smoking.
로봇,
So I
꽁치를 만들면
suggested
어떨까라는
the
생각을 한번
creation of
해봤습니다. 혹시
a
박수 한번
mobile
주시면
uh,
되겠습니다. 살짝
bin
박수를 요청드린 이유는
that
제가
smokers
스티븐
can use.
잡스가 또 이제 애플에서 또 이제 그런 아이템을 만나게 되면 또 이제
So I
박수를
wanted
보내드리는 공들이
the round of
그래서
applause
꽁치는
because
로봇,
I
꽁치를
wanted
만들어서
to
비행기에 적용해보면 어떨까라는
propose
생각을
the
해봤습니다. 실제로 우리가 멋진
manufacturing
활동을
of a
펼치는
future-oriented
기업을
robot.
활용한 담배꽁초
And this
유동을
robotics
진행하는데요. 다른 한국 게임기나
strategy is
게임기나
to
서비스를
induce
통해서 이런 로봇들이 미래 사회에
the
쓰레기를 줍게 되면 어떨까라는 생각을
picking
해봤고요.
the
네,
robots to pick up the
인공지능을
used
한번 모델을 해봤어요.
and thrown away
이곳은 인공지능으로서 빅데이터 기반을
smoked
손에서
cigarettes.
이동하는 겁니다.
And this system,
로봇의 다른
Gongqi,
센서나 또
will
카메라를 활용해서
operate based on
적절하게
artificial
제한하는 것을
intelligence
발생하지
system.
않도록
And
하고요. 또 이
this
로봇은
Gongqi
통행 장애물을
system
조절해서
will not
로봇을
access
위한
the areas
로봇의
that is
통행 장애물을
prohibited.
합니다. 이
And the
같은
width
경우는
of
저희가
the
영상을 통해서 짧게
bins
한번 보여드리도록
are
하겠습니다.
automatically adjusted. And please watch the video for the introduction.
영상이
Can you play the video?
질문이 될까요 혹시? 잠시만요.
Please hold on a second.
해리포터
I guess you have watched Harry Potter series.
네, 끝입니다.
And this is the
네,
end
이처럼
of the video clip.
영상에서 로봇이 자동
As shown on the clip,
돌아가면서 제
the
해리포터에서 나온
robots can
로봇이
adjust the width
스타일을
of the
주신다면 정말 의미가
beans, and they
있겠다라는 생각을 했고요.
just like
사용자를 위한 높이 조절 기능을
the
탑재를
adjustable
했으니까
items shown
노인들과
in Harry
난장분을
Potter,
이용한
it will be
경우에는
very
그런
useful.
시스템을
And
통해서
if
로봇의
there
높이가
are
낮아지면 어떨까 생각을 해봤고요.
uh, sh-
또한 디스플레이 탑재를
older
통해서
elderly
우리가
users, then the
빅데이터를
height of
성능
the
차별,
robots could be lower too.
게이미피케이션을 이용해서
And the
진행해보면 어떨까라는
gamification could
생각했습니다.
also be utilized
하얀
for the
담배꽁초,
production of this.
담배꽁초를 실제로 던질 수
We
있는 그런
can
게임을
have the targeting
제공하고
game,
하얀 담배꽁초 투표함을 만들기도
and
했습니다. 예를
we
들어서 우리가
can also
100개씩
create the ballot box. If
100개를
you,
선택하게
let's
되면
say that you
제주도 등
select
이러한 지역
what
사람들은
type of
이러한
items
선호도를
you would
하는구나라는
like,
빅데이터를 얻을 수 있을
and we
거라고
will be
생각이
able to
들었고요. 또
gather
감지
big
센서를
data
이용해서
from the use
담배꽁초를
of
가까이 뒀을 때만
this
상품을
system,
열리도록 하고자
and
합니다.
the
사실 이 부분은 제가 이제
entrance,
제주
the
주민으로서 또
bin
다양한
will
관광지를 갔을
open
때 그런 관광지에서 가장
only
문제가
for
되는 점을 보게 되면 그런
the
담배꽁초를 걸어두는
allowed
쟁점이 또
users.
흡연 구역에 일반 쓰레기가
So
버려지는 모습을 볼 수 있었던 것
I
같아요.
have seen
그래서 이러한
many
것들을 좀 해결하기 위해서
waste
좀 관심과 흥미를
products
보여가지고
littered
제안을
on the
했고요.
areas that is only
다음은
for
기능 및 성능입니다. 우리가 환경 세션이만큼
the
취약한
used and
기능인데요.
smoked
이
cigarettes.
로봇은 태양열
And this
에너지를
is a
적용해서
measure
실제 태양광 구동 로봇 사례를
based on the
참고해서 좀
eco-friendly
말씀을 드릴 거고요.
system.
어플링
It could
가능성입니다.
use
우리가
photovoltaic
실제로 이미
cells,
걸려져 있는
and
담배꽁초를
this is
활용해서
also
업사이클링
another
줍을 만듦으로써
measure that
선순환
is
효과를
based on
제공하면
upcycling.
어떨까라는 생각을
Maybe we could
해봤는데
create a
한국
virtual
담배꽁초
cycle.
공사
The
KTNG에서 우리가
KTNG
생산과 판매만 할 게 아니라
should
생산
not just
시스템들을
produce and
도입해서
sell
우리가 제품
the
활동의 수익을 통해서
cigarettes, but also should take the
타이밍을
responsibility
정확히
of
투자하는 계획을
recollecting
하고
the used
있다라는 생각을
waste.
해봤고요. 또한 실제로 최근에 미국과 유럽 같은 사례를 보게 되면
In the
담배꽁초를
United
사용한
States
업사이클링
and
사례가
European
굉장히 많다고
countries,
합니다.
I
그래서 제주도에서도
found a
이런
lot of
벽돌,
cases
연료, 폐물,
where
가스관을
the
등의
smoked
활용을
cigarettes
해가지고
are reused and
업사이클링을
recycled
충분히 활용할 수
in
있다고 생각이
through the
들었고요.
upcycling system, and that could apply
중앙계는
to Jeju as
이렇습니다.
well.
우리가 실제로 아까 뭐 간염병 행위라던가 아니면 담배꽁초가
And
떨어져 있는 것들은
additional
이런
function of this
담배꽁초와 흡연기를
project
흡입
is
시스템을
that
통해서
we can
바닥에 떨어진 담배꽁초를 흡입하도록 하면 좋을 것 같다는 생각이
use
들었고요.
a
다음
machine
공조
that can
시스템 활용입니다.
absorb
아무래도 이동형 로봇이다
the thrown
보니까
away
많이 냄새가
garbage
날 것
from the street.
같다라는 생각을 할 수 있을
And
것 같은데
the second
이런 식으로
one,
담배 냄새 제거
you
필터를 탑재해서
can
우리가 기술을
resolve
갖추고
this
있을 때는
issue
이런
of
터치
the
오버테이크의 탐지
foul
시스템을
smell issue.
탑재해서 진행하면 어떨까
And this function
생각을
could be
해봤습니다.
added to the
또
Gongqi
여러분들 우리가
robot.
홍보 또 이제 TV를 보게 되면 노담 프리미엄
And
혹시
the
한번
promotional
들어보셨을 것 같아요.
video,
TV에는
have you
이제
ever seen
보건복지부에서
this
시행하는
on
노담
television?
캠페인이라던가
Nodam
아니면 뭐 보건소
campaign, which means the
금연치료라던가 운영하면서
stop smoking campaign.
디스플레이에서 긍정적
And
기업 이미지까지 구축할 수 있을
my
거라고 생각을
so the
해봤고요.
companies could build
지역의
a
특색을
positive
반영한
image about them
커스터마이징까지도
when
가능할 것
using this
같습니다.
type of
우리가
promotional video.
편하게 현실화와
And
같이
there's
지역들을
also
반영한
a possibility
자동으로
for
대여
the
시스템이 있습니다.
customization.
그런 것과 같이 우리가 꽁치라는 시스템도
So the
충분히
Gongqi
지역
system
색에
could
맞게 뭔가
be
적용할 수 있다는
localized
생각이 들었고요.
and adjusted and
만약에
customized to the
지원사업에 참여하게
features of local
된다면
regions. If
추진계획은
we are allowed to
환경부에서
join
신규
the
과제에
local businesses,
참여해서 약
we
2억
will
원 그런 지원사업을
be
마련하고
subsidized
제작하고
with
운영을 할 예정입니다.
600 million
네,
Korean
다음은
won.
안정성 검증인데요. 우리가 국제 표준 시험을 통과해서
The next part
실제로
is
로봇이
the
장애물 충돌이라든가 아니면
safety-related
개인
international
접근 등의
standards.
기준을 만족할 수
The
있도록 제작하면
robotic
어떨까라는 또
technologies
생각을 해봤습니다.
could meet these
네,
international
사실 앞서 제가
standards.
로봇에 대해서 좀 다양하게 설명한 부분은 로봇을 만들어야 된다.
I
사실 아직 실험에
detailed
들어오지
the
않았지만
parts of the
로봇을 만들어야 된다.
robotic
주장하는
part
것은 아니지만
not because we should develop this technology, but because we can raise public awareness of the long-term resolution and long-term measures through our young minds' ideas. And that was the proposal in that sense. Last but not least, I would like you to think about the meaning of the environment to young leaders and the young residents, and what type of zero waste activities we can engage in, and how can these zero waste activities be sustainable and create better images in the future. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
개인적인
The personal interests will lead to the creation, will lead to the new startup. I just wonder how it will lead to. And the next one is Ms. Hong Nan. My name is Hoang Nan from Vietnam. I am learning Korean at Jeju National University. And I got a scholarship from the Korean government. My Korean is not sufficient to make a presentation, so now I'd like to talk in English, and you can use the headphone.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to share an incentive from Vietnam that is an effort to reduce the plastic bag by using the banana leaves. So the case today is about using the banana leaves and more specifically, how Vietnamese people utilize this local resource to replace the plastic bag consumption in Vietnam. So a little bit of context why banana leaves is that actually this kind of tree is very common in Vietnam because the weather, the tropical weather in Vietnam is perfect to grow this kind of tropical trees. And secondly, it is very easy to grow. So whenever you go to a rural area in Vietnam, it's very common to see banana trees being grown on the backyard of people's house because it doesn't require skillful farmer to be able to grow. Even ordinary people can easily grow a banana tree on the back of their house. So basically it's very easy to grow and there's no chemical required, and the banana fruits can be easily harvested throughout the year. And with the specific characteristic of this banana leaves, it can be used in either fresh or dry condition. And because of that, in traditional Vietnamese cooking method, this specific ingredient has been used widely to cook in order to keep the nutrition inside of the food. So as you can see in here, the entire banana trees, all the components are usable. So for the flower on the lower part, actually the flour can be used for as a food, a type of food, and because inside of the flour, the texture of it contains a lot of fibers, so people also recycle it in order to make fabrics as well. For the banana fruit, as we all know, it's very nutritious and it's really good for our digestion health. And for the leaf, with a specific characteristic of having a water-resistant coating, and it's really big in the size, so the leaf has been reused for other methods like traditional cooking method. So when people cook, they use the banana leaf to wrap the food inside so that the nutrition, the moisture, and the flavor will come out nicely. So this is an illustration of what I've just mentioned. So on the left side, you can see, on people's left side, you can see how banana leaves is wrapped to make food. And then on the right side, we can see how it is utilized in order to make food container or boxes. So this can change the game of using the typical plastic food container or styrofoam food container. A little bit of context in terms of Vietnam. So based on a statistic in 2019, Vietnam is actually ranked number 4 among the country that has been polluting the marine environment, and is something very unfortunately. And I still remember that around 2018, there was an article came out that talking about a death whale that has been washed up to the shore of Philippine beach, which inside of the whale stomach, it actually contained around 88 pounds of trash. So that is actually a very vivid example of how plastic waste has been choking or killing our oceans. And I would say that one of the most contributor to this plastic pollution would probably come from the plastic waste from the supermarket, because as is very convenient to use, plastic has been widely used without any legal prevention, and this is the same case for Vietnam. And luckily, in around 2018, after the United Nations launched a new campaign called Tackle Plastic Pollution Program in the annual World Economic Forum, after that, Vietnamese president has been encouraging people, including local people, business from small, medium to large-scale business, to really come up with environmental friendly solution to tackle current environmental issues in their roadmap. So around middle of 2019, the 3 biggest supermarket chains in Vietnam, which is Big C, Coopmart, and Lotte, they start to replacing plastic bag with banana leaves in order to wrap fresh product. So in order to do this, they reached out to small, medium, and large-scale local supplier and farmer where bananas grow very organically, so that they can have a really good organic supply of banana leaves. And the client here are the 3 biggest supermarket brands in Vietnam. So this is an example of how these are the new packaging gonna look like. So this is what they so-called eco-green packaging. So this is what you're gonna see when you go to the supermarket of these mentioned brands. So it looked really fresh, and they also plan to use the banana leaves to not only wrap vegetable, but also try to experimenting is for fresh meat, for example, like pork, chicken, or beef. Even though after the campaign in launch, there is a lot of good feedbacks, especially from the consumer, because they do feel the good and do see that there is a change in terms of people mindset when it comes to protecting the environment. However, there are some problems that the businesses they have to tackle. The first one, logistic-wise, in long term, when the demand become higher and people start to see the good inside of it, there will be a point where the supply of banana leaf will run out. And it is a long-term problem that people have to face with, especially the business. So another thing is that because of this new changing food packaging process, for the business, it's gonna take them more extra time to do the quality checking, to train the employee and categorize. Because for the employee to know how to package various different type of food using banana leaf, it's gonna take quite a lot of time. And this will eventually lead to the final problems, which it will affect the final pricing of the product that people are gonna buy. Because actually after the pandemic, the corona pandemic, for the customer, they start to save more and they spend less. So because of this, there would be a point where the customer, the buyer, they refuse to deal with the higher pricing, and they're gonna go with a cheaper solution, which will contain or involving plastic. So in long term, this will become a problem. For the first problem about the supply shortage, actually currently these people are starting to experiment different type of plants that share the similar characteristic as banana, which is lotus and taro. So these are a similar kind of like natural alternative that can replace banana leaves later on. And there's more option to explore. About the other 2 problems, I think it comes back to how committed the business and the consumer are when it comes to protecting the environment while trying to find a balance in between. So for this sharing, I have been reading and watching a lot of interview about of how the consumer they feel about this new eco green packaging, and this one would probably one of the best common to put in. So the new packaging makes the vegetable look not only fresh but also encourage buyers to care more about the environment. So this one is actually point out one thing. In my opinion, when when we're talking about finding an incentive to protect the environment, it's not just an idea to start with, but it's how the idea is implemented in reality and how long it will last. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, as we keep on doing this initiative consistently, it can help changing and shaping people's mindsets to become more environmental conscious. And that is the consequences that we would like to have a big impact later on. So as I have been here for around 3 months, I do see the potential of Jeju Iceland of becoming a famous destination for not only tourism, but also eco-friendly lifestyle. And actually in Jeju right now, banana trees are grown in specific tropical like greenhouse. And I do hope that this model will become successful so people in Jeju and local people can be benefit not only from the banana fruit, but also from the banana leaves because it can be used for different purposes to protect the environment. And beside that, there also the Jeju famous mandarin peels can also be recycled for similar purposes. So I do looking forward to have some sort of like discussion in terms of the potential of these plants and fruit being implemented for different environmental related solutions. And that's it. Thank you for your listening. 네, 감사합니다.
We listened to the presentations for 40 minutes. Each of the panelists touched upon different topics. We have the panel discussion session, and during this session, I will ask 2 questions of the panelists in common, and we will also open the session for questions and answers for the floor. If you have any questions during the panel discussion, then you will raise your hand and ask questions. My first question is this. This question I was asked very frequent times, and this is also something that I was wondering myself. Why should young people be more interested in the environmental issues, and what roles can we play? Who would like to give an answer first? Mr.
네, 저는
Chu.
제주를 시작으로 아까 뵙을 때
My
210개 도시를 여행 다녀왔다고 했는데요.
I said I have traveled to 210 cities in 30 countries, starting from Jeju. And
생활하고 있는 사람들
throughout my travel, I learned
그리고
that
그
the
자연
environment is very important because it is related to our living.
활동하기 위해서 교육받는 사람을 제외하고
And excluding
사람들이
those
잘
who
모르고 있다.
are
그래서
educated, and I think those who should take action would be the young people. Living near Mount Hala, I noticed the changing conditions of Korean fir trees on Hala Mountain. And if we do not take an action, and if the environment keeps changing, then who should be held responsible for that change? It is us who should be held responsible. Given this, we, the young people, should take the initiative in leading things that we can do. These measures will include the participation and engagement in the roundtable meeting and engaging in the environmental activities and learning about what is happening in other countries. And there are so many things that we could do, but we have yet to take action. So we should take the initiative and take the lead in leading these activities and efforts. Thank you for your answer. He said that we should find what we can do. And who would like to answer?
About why should young people care more about the environment, I think that it's not only about young people should care about the environment, everyone should care about the environment. However, for the role of young people in this, I think they should be the one, young people should be the one to spearhead or to initiate this kind of like environmental related campaign or events, because they have a lot of tools in their hands. And what I mean tools here is that for young people, they do have the voices, they have the network, and they have some sort of like creativity. And they also have the understanding of technology. And beside that, they also have a lot of enthusiasm and their way to communicate. A lot of young people, they can speak various languages, and it can help like international student or international like tourists to get to know more about environmental related events. So that is a good point, so that we can see if more people get to know about it, not only local people, but also foreign people, then it can make like a butterfly effect. And that is why when they do use these kind of like tools, it can help making a successful campaign. Yes.
네, 란님도 답.
주연님. This is the follow-up of my presentation. Everything has end. Why the young people should concentrate on preservation of environment? Because we have longer days to live. And in order to use the natural resources effectively, we should pay attention to it. And many people think that to preservation of natural environment is more difficult. However, we have to think over it. Now we have to start with things that is nearby. For example, we think about the food and for the delivery, and we can get rid of the plastic containers. I go to the mart and we see the wooden toothbrush, and the brush is made of pig's hair. However, when I think that this is more expensive, but I buy it because it has more value. We are the ones who throw away waste and pollute our environment. Thank you very much. The next one.
한번 또 화두를 던지고 싶은 게
I want to give you a question.
보면서
You saw World Cup games,
화제가 됐던 것 중에
and one of the issue of the talk is Japan's locker room. And Japan's spectators clean the waste, and it was widely covered
중요한 것,
on the news.
또 이제 말씀해 주신
Why we have to start
생각이 들고 그게 되려면
the preservation of the environment? We should change the concepts.
거나 뭐 제로
Picking waste and doing zero waste is
문화를 또 이제 만들면
we have to create such culture,
이것처럼 또 제주에서 열린
and this is held in Jeju Island, and I hope that Jeju young people will come up with ideas and make plans.
환경에 대해서 인식을 또 개선하기 위해서
And we have to improve the concepts of the people, and we do the network, and we have to have a lot of round table for the communication and exchange. and then we will share our opinions at discussion session. And you had 3 minutes. And the next question is, you are involved in a lot of activities, and could you tell us about the problems or other strong points and motives? Who will start?
어려
So this question is about some of the difficulty when we are encountering when joining environmental related activities. So I would like to share my experience. So I have been living in Jeju for around 3 months now, and until now I have joined 2 environmental related activities. The first one is where we go into the beach and pick up the trash from an organization called Save the Jeju Bada. And the second one is a bicycling experiment, 자전거 체험 활동. So because I have been studying Korean for around 1 year, so my Korean is quite sufficient to communicate with the event coordinator or other people, other Koreans who also join the activities. However, for other friends of mine who have very limited Korean, it's really hard for them to have access to the information relating to this kind of activity. So not to mention joining them. So even though my friend who also like receiving the GKS scholarship, they are very influential in their network. They have a lot of followers on their social media, and like many of them also have their own YouTube channels. However, it's hard for them to have access to the information relating to these activities in Jeju Iceland. So I think that in order to have a butterfly effect for more people to get to know and participating in this kind of event, the language barrier should be removed. And for that, for these kind of events to be successful, it can be made into dual language, for example, like Korean and English, so that more people can have access to it. And the motivation that helped me like sticking with like joining these kind of activities that it's very personal. It's just that whenever I do these kind of activities, the energy feels really good. So because everyone trying to protect the environment, to pick up the trash at the same time, it feels great. And another thing is that it starts to like help me like shaping another new habit. So whenever I go somewhere, whenever I go to the beach or I go to a new like tourist destination, my habit 직업병이에요. I will try to like pick up the trash in the beach where I went to. So it is very interesting. And the thing is that after I went back from this kind of event, more of my friends will know about it because I share it on social media or I tell my friends. So the first time we just joined, it's just like 4 people, my friend and other international student. But after that, our upcoming activities, they're gonna be up to around 10 people joining to go to, I think we're gonna go to Hamdok, 해수욕장, and then we're gonna go and pick up the trash there. So it's very interesting. So we can see like gradually people start to be more interesting in this kind of activity. So that is what have been motivating me to continue doing this thing. Thank you.
네, 일단은 언어적인 장벽이 어렵다고
She mentioned the language barrier, and she also talked about her personal motivation and to encourage others to join in this program. And I would like to listen to the other responses.
이야기하고 싶었던 게 원동력에 대해서 좀 이야기.
I'd like to talk about the power, the engine power.
행동은 사람이 움직인다고 저는 생각이.
All the people's action is moved by the people.
제가 지금 제주대학교에도 이제 환경 동아리가 있어요.
We have the community for the environment that is REARS.
이걸 느낄 수 있었던 게 되게 부끄럽기도 했어요.
I was very ashamed.
25년을
I lived in Jeju Island for 25 years, and I communicate with the people from other areas, and because of their concept and their belief,
가다다 보니까 환경에 대해서 인프라가 가장 좋은 것 같아요.
we think that our infrastructure is very good because Jeju Island is surrounded by all sides, and we pick up a lot of waste. Even though they were not born on Jeju Island, we influence them. And as young people living on Jeju Island, we take initiatives and change their concept.
네, 저는 우리가 다 일기예보를 다 보잖아요.
We watch weather forecast, whether it rain or hot
제주 같은 경우는 태풍이
and things like that. And when the typhoon comes on Jeju Island, especially people climbing mountains and people who go fishing, we can predict our tomorrow or near future. But our future cannot be visible, but we postpone because anyway we will face the long future. So whether we can lengthen the damage and the pollution, or we can prevent pollution. So we are very sensitive to the immediate incident, and we are not paying any attention to the future that we cannot see in the long run. And we have to create the kind of environment when young people gather together and come up with ideas. And we should show the power. And this is the most important.
I consider that the questions touched upon 2 points. The first one is about the challenges and the limits. When I engage in the environment-related projects, and we are the ones who take the lead and take action. However, when we need to seek financial support from related agencies. This is the limitation, and this is some part that we cannot resolve ourselves, or we cannot resolve by the young hands alone. Sometimes the answers are looming. You get to see the government agency officials answering that, can the young people resolve these issues alone, and are they really practical? And that is quite tiring and exhausting part about this. And the second part about the motivation, and I think the environmental activities are centered on motivating people. South Korean young men do not realize the seriousness of joining the army until they are drafted. And the young undergraduate school students do not realize that it is difficult to get employed until they write resumes. And I think the environmental issues are the same in context, because until we witness or realize what is happening, we do not think about the problems. So if we first realize that it is happening, then it will take a lot faster for us to take action. And the Maslow's 5 principles, the 5-stage principles, talk about how we get to take an action. And I think if we think about our actions, and if we decide to pick up the garbage on the street, and then when coming home we feel proud, and that will be one of the ways that we can motivate ourselves. Thank you for your answers. Although we don't have much time left, I would like to open this session for the floor. Do you have any questions? We have questions from the floor. And can you hand the microphone over to this person? My question goes to Mr. Chu Gi-hwa. From my personal experience, I learned from the textbooks, and when we divide the world into the East and the West, we learn that the West is somewhat against the nature and the East is for the nature. However, from my personal experience when traveling overseas, I don't think that is a necessary applicable to the real world, because when visiting the Switzerland or other North European countries, I realized that they're making efforts to protect the environment. You mentioned you're traveling around the world, and based on your personal experience, the attitudes towards the environment, what's the difference between the European or Western countries and the Eastern and Asian countries? I think there will be two contexts. The first one, the countries that think about the nature and the countries that love the nature. Those who live in the countries that think about and love nature, then they would understand the importance of the environment. Mr. Chun said that when walking around the Ole Trail path, it is difficult for visitors to enjoy the sceneries if they get to see the waste on the road or streets. And when I visited the Balkan countries, I saw that people were already aware of how to protect the environment and what measures they could take. But in many other countries, I saw people who were not aware of the importance of taking action in protecting the environment. So these two types of people live in the same country and in the same space, and they should live together. And even if they are told that some of the environmental measures would be threatening their own lives, but it is still something they cannot feel, actually. So there are some blurry issues. So we should first know that we should live in this environment together.
감사합니다. 혹시 계속해서 질문 또 있을까요?
Do we have other questions from the floor?
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 아태영 리더스 포럼 이외국들을 다 서포터로 참여하고
I am the supporters of the second ambassadors. I'd like to ask questions to Ms. Kim Ji-eun. You have a lot of planned a lot of projects and campaigns, and what are the most impressive ones?
제가 이런 거 프로젝트랑 캠페인을 진행한 게 거의 한 8년?
I carried out campaigns and projects. I'd like to talk about that in 2 points, and the policy and people's involvement. I started in 2014, and the concept was not very good, and I sort of started a campaign targeted for the young people, but I faced a lot of problems. At the cafe, we did not want to use the one-time kind of goods. I carry my tumbler, and then they make the plastic cup or paper cup, and then they put it in my the coffee in my tumbler, and it was a kind of limit. So we have to change the system by establishing policy. So I suggested some policies.
시급포가 있어요. 그래서 시급포라고 하면 우리가 일반적으로 생각하는 주거래 은행 생각하시면 돼요.
There is the main bank that I want to go to. Seoul City decides on which bank, and there are many standards or criteria. Big banks are the sort of targets, and they want to be picked. Big banks want to be picked as the main bank of Seoul City, and the criteria will be environmentally friendly bank, and we can rule out those banks who do not care about the environment conservation, and we picked one. Many banks invest in fossil fuel, and overseas banks are used, and they are not. They do not invest in fossil fuel, so we have to consider policy in terms of project. We deal with the articles from China, the US, and Europe. So we contact with BBC and Bloomberg, and they deal with carry the articles about the environment. And then we send newsletters containing the articles which is not dealt with in Korean, and we translate them. And do you think we have the point? So I doubted, and I thought whether we can end this kind of project, and we got feedback from the readers. And especially when we have a job interview, the articles, translated articles, help us a lot, and then we got good feedbacks, and then we continue the project. I translated one article, why we do not respond to climate change directly. We can do that through brain training. And people's brain have sensed the dangerous or influences of the nature, the immediate influence. And the climate change is the coming disaster. Jeju is full of waste, and we can expect that. We can anticipate the kind of the influence of the climate change. We cannot change over one night. And my action is meaningful, so we should give them brain training. And we didn't know that we will give them brain training, and we have been telling them, I cannot do it again. When I do vlogging and then put it on the social media, and other people will join, and then more people will participate in vlogging. One or two persons do not change because they are eccentric people. But if you do not do that, when others, a lot of people clean the waste, then they should feel ashamed. So my answer is very long. Okay, this is the end of my question, and you can ask me questions personally. One last question.
Hello. I am an international ambassador of the second Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. My name is Jung Gan. My question goes to Mr. Chun Sung Hwan. I learned that you have organized many different environmental projects. Attending the university, it may take time and efforts. And what were the result? What was the reason for your organizing such environmental events? Thank you for asking a very good question. As I said earlier, I joined the startup business after discharged from the military service, and that was the first opportunity. Jeju is seeing the decreasing number of young population, and the climate issues are worsening on Jeju. So even organizing a one-time event for the environmental activities, it is faced with difficulties and problems. So concerning these factors, next year there will be some discussions, and I mentioned the need to raise public awareness and how to raise the public awareness, especially among young populations, should be continuously discussed down the road. Jeju is now seeing the increasing influx of migrants, but ironically, the population of young people is decreasing. So in order to address these issues, we need to be keenly aware of the problems, and that will be the task we should address as young leaders. And hopefully, we'll be able to discuss the environmental issues down the road. And hopefully, those who are gathered here will also pay attention to to this issue. Thank you. And with this, we are wrapping up this session. Thank you for sharing your insightful opinions, and it was an meaningful session. After all, the environment and the climate change, above all, it is important to recognize that these are issues related to us. When talking about the climate change issues and the environmental degradation issues, you may think that this is just for about the public good. However, that is something that could ruin my personal right to happiness in the end. So we need to gather our forces to address this issue, and that could turn into our new norm. Thank you for staying with us for 1 hour and 20 minutes. And thank you for your attention, and all of the panelists for sharing your insights with us. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 청정
Thank you. I would like to ask a round of applause for Ms. Kim Ji-yoon. Thank you for your health and sound discussion on the environment. And that was very attractive and insightful. And you may leave now. Please give them a big round of applause once again. Thank you. The first session is concluded. We're 5 minutes behind the schedule, and we will take a 15 minutes break until we begin the next session at 11:10.
네. 지금 화면에 QR코드 나와 있거든요. 우리 첫 번째 세션을 들으시면서 여기 계신 많은 여러분들의
You
목소리가
can see the QR code on the screen. Please check in using this QR code for the satisfaction survey. We also prepared lots of gifts for those respondents, and please actively participate in this survey.
소장님 발표 자료 중에서 사진 이거 언제 열어드릴 수 있어요? 발표 자료 주신 거에서 사진 파일 따로 있어요. 이건 언제 써드릴 수 있어요? 질문할 때 이번 질문할 때 만약에 질문이 들어오면 네, 알겠습니다. 뒤에는 좀 조명이 좀 있어가지고
그대로 들어갈게요. 네, 알겠습니다. 자, 이제 두 번째 세션 들어가겠습니다. 자리
Now we'll have the second session. Please take your seat. Please change your mobile phone into the silent mode. And now we will show the video clips.
네, 짧은 영상
This is a very short clip and it has a strong impact, and we are expecting a great story. Now you can look forward to this session. And this is the third year of the performance and other programs for the designation of the natural heritage of Jeju. And this is the multi combined culture promotion festival. And we work with the preservation of the natural heritage of UNESCO, and then we will have a forum for the to exchange ideas for the preservation of the natural heritage, and we will have the forum for public discussion on the conservation and utilization of natural heritage through networks among countries. And we invited senior panelists and then talk about the changes of our society and nature. And through this event, you can will have another chance to listen to your opinions from the floor as well. I'd like to introduce the participants, and they will give us various voices. And the moderator, Mr. Kang Man-seng, the chairman of the Committee of the Natural Conservation. And the next one is preservation, the senior researcher of the Cave Study Institute, and Mr. Lee Kwang-chun, and chairman of the Natural Heritage Preservation Corporation, and Mr. Aomori from the Tourism International Exchange Seoul Director, and Mr. Lee Sung-mo, and expedition member of the expedition of the natural heritage. And you don't have to wear masks, and I will hand the micro over to Mr. Kang Man-seng. I'm Kang Man-seng. We have young people from on the floor, and Mr. Yang Young-chul is the president of the JDC, is here too. And our topic is the preservation and utilization of the world natural heritage. And I hope that we will have meaningful discussions and presentations. Thank you very much. Today's topic is preservation and utilization of the natural heritage of the Second Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. And our specific topic is the ways to conserve and utilize natural heritage through the network. And today's presenter is Mr. Kim Yeon, senior researcher of the Cave Study Institute. We have 15 heritages of UNESCO, and 13 are cultural heritage and 2 are natural heritage. So UNESCO heritages are not mixed. So we have to have a clear name. And natural heritage and cultural heritage cannot be used and cannot be mixed. Global networks geological networks is the natural heritage. UNESCO Biosphere Reserve is designated. So UNESCO, Jeju Island is proud of being designated as triple crown of the natural heritages. We are recognized by the world and we are designated. And Jeju Island is a treasure island of nature. So our natural resources face two phases of utilization and preservation. And we want to hand it down to the next generation. So we will discuss it today. And the presenter, Mr. Kim Yeon, and he is a senior researcher. The other panelists, Professor Lee Kwang-chun is the chairman of the Nature Preservation Committee, and has been involved in the designation of Jeju Island as UNESCO Natural Heritage. And the other ones, Mr. Nishioka Takairo is from Aomori Prefecture, and he's the director of Seoul office of Aomori Prefecture. Aomori Prefecture has good exchanges, and we have strong relations each other. And the governor of Aomori came to Jeju Island, and the governor of Jeju went to Aomori.
보유하고 있는 지역입니다. 그리고 마지막 연사로는
The last but not least speaker is the member of the Jeju Natural Forest Expedition.
잠깐 말씀드렸습니다마는 제주도는 유네스코 트리플 크라운
Jeju Island garnered in Triple Crown of UNESCO, and it has resourceful natural assets. And through these assets, we can build a tourist destination of world class. Do you think Jeju Island is the best or superior to other areas of tourism? The CO2 emission is huge. Jeju Island has one of the most carbon emissions, and forests account for 60% of other tourism destinations, and Jeju Island account for only 40% of the forests. So we have to conserve our natural assets and activate our economy through the natural assets. So conservation is the key to this economic activity. And first, second, and third presenters and other panelists will talk about the ways to utilize conserve and utilize the natural heritage. So this is very meaningful
거기에
forum.
먼저 앞서 발표한 대로 사단법인 동굴연구소 김연
Mr.
책임연구원께서
Kim Yan, senior
자연분석의
researcher of
모형화 발표만
the
해가지고
cave
한
studies,
15분에서
will
20분 어간에
talk
발표를
about the
하도록
conservation
하겠습니다.
of nature.
많은 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 아직 뭐가? 예, 제가 몰랐네요.
아, 그래요? 아, 예. 예.
앞에서 말씀을 많이 하셨는데요.
The
제주도가 일단은 지금
moderator,
세계 자연유산으로
as
등재되어
moderator
있는
said,
것을 많이
Jeju
아시죠?
Island is designated as a
2010년 이전
UNESCO World Natural Heritage. Before
제주도가
2007,
대한민국의 그냥 하나의
Jeju
가장 큰 섬이고
was just known as the largest
관광객의
island of of Korea, and it was a tourism
2011년도
resort,
그
the
이전
resort island.
4년대에
But after the
제주도를
designation in
자연유산지가
2007, it took only 2 to 3 years for Jeju's
2012년도에
natural
세계 자연유산으로 등재가 됐습니다. 아시는 바와 같이
values to be known.
한라산
And in
성산일 출봉 거문으로
2007,
세
we
지역이
won the
세계
designation. And
자연유산으로
as already known, we have
이
3
세계
different parts
자연유산이라는
designated as a
자체는
UNESCO
정말로
World Natural
전
Heritage Site:
세계에서
Komunorum
일등
Labachu System,
최고의
Songsan
지금
Ilchulbong, and Hala
곳입니다.
Natural Park,
문화유산도
Hala
마찬가지지만
National
그래서
Park.
자연유산으로서의 어떤 최고의
World Natural
성격을
Heritages are
지키려면
designated only when they have the outstanding universal value.
나라 수가 규모가 크면
So
그런
if
많은 녹지가 이
larger
대한민국
countries have
똑같이 작은 나라에 거기에
more
또 작은
possibilities, and
섬인데 그 섬 안에
however, this is just a
그
mere small
세계적으로
island of a small
대한민국이
country,
제주도에서만
and
가지고 있는
only Jeju
가치를
has
평가받아서 전 세계에서
outstanding
최고
universal
중에 최고라는
values and
것을
that have been recognized
인정받아서
by the
등재된
world.
지역입니다. 그래서 이
And that
제주도는
was the
우리
reason
제주도민이
for the
또
designation of
대한민국을
Jeju as
떠나서
a
전
UNESCO World
세계
Natural Heritage Site.
국가민들이
So
좀
Jeju,
함께 이 세계 자연유산을
as a
지켜서
natural
후손들에게
heritage
물려줘야
site,
된다는 어떤 그런 취지로서 세계 자연유산에 등재된 것이라고 할
applied
수 있습니다.
for the
다 아시겠지만
designation in
한라산
order to
거기서 한라산 있고요.
pass down the values to
그다음에
the
성산
coming
일출봉.
generations, not just in Korea and
올해
but also in other
작년도에
countries.
성산
You may
일출봉의
well know
이 수업
about
자체가
the
분화구가 두 개가
Mount
있다는
Hala,
것도
and
또
this year,
밝혀져서 또 새로운 이제
this Songsan
가치를
Ilchulbong
계속
Peak
발굴하고 있는 상태입니다.
gained attention because it has been known that
그다음에
it has
제가
2 different
25년, 30년 동안 계속 동굴
aspite
쪽으로 다니면서
craters.
했기 때문에
I have
오늘
been involved
자연유산의 보존과
in the
활성화를 정말
activities
양면성을 가지고 있는
concerning the
거에
caves.
대해서
The
제가
conservation
그동안
and the use
연구했던
of
동굴
natural
쪽으로
heritage sites
다니고 조금
would be
설명을
like
드리고
the 2
합니다.
sides of a coin.
그
And I would like
거문어돔
to
동굴배라고
introduce my
이름이 있는데
specialty area.
이
We
농악
have the
동굴계라는
term the
것은 어떤
Komunodum lava tube
어둠에서
system. The
분출해서 이
lava tube
농악
system
동굴배에서
involves
만든
the
동굴이
caves,
이제
the
동일하게
caves that were
여러 개의 길을
created with the
합쳤을 때
flow of
시스템
magma.
농악 동굴배라고
And
합니다.
when
그
these
앞에
caves
어제
are
동굴이라는 데에서
collectively
시작해서
called
약
a system,
24km까지 바닷가로
then you can
흘러가면서
see this
터널
type of
뒷굴,
lava
대리
tube
뒷굴,
system. In
울산동굴,
Jeju, you
도원굴,
get to see
대리굴,
different types
안장굴,
of caves
김영사굴,
in this
각성굴,
Komunodum
성산동굴까지
lava tube
이런 이제
system,
거문어돔
especially
왕국입니다.
along
그럼
the
과연
northeastern
이게 전
side of
세계적으로 왜
Jeju.
이렇게 가치가 있냐? 70년대
This
말까지
system
조합돼서
is
수십 년 동안 우리는 동굴을
globally
만들어
valuable
왔는데 그
because
2007년이 돼서
we
이
use
거문어돔이라는 게
we
부정이
have
되면서
had
전
this, we have preserved
세계에서
this lava
가장
tube
뛰어난
system, or
곳이라고
the past years, and it gained attention from the world in 2007. As you can see on the slide, this is the not a non-accessible area of the Manjang cave, and the entrance, the vertical entrance of this cave is like 20 meters deep, and you can see the fog formed by the combination of the cold and hot air. And this is this vertical entrance is not just geologically important, but also ecologically important, because there it can be a habitat for bats. Bats are not favored animals because of the pandemic and the epidemic, but that is just a human recognition. Bats have their own ecosystems, and the bats reside in different levels of temperatures, and they also provide ecosystem services. They help reduce pests. They eat lots of pests every day, like 50% of their own waste. And there are also other ecosystem services they provide. As you can see on the slide, this is the closed area other than the 1 kilometer area that is open to public. And 10 to 12 people are selected to take a tour inside the cave. The purpose of this expedition is to help raise public awareness of the importance of the caves, and the UNESCO Natural Heritage Festival selects the expedition. You'll see this stone pillar, the lava stone pillar that is uh, as high as 7 meters at the end of the open area of the Manjang Cave. When I attended the International Lava Tube Conference, we talked about the height of this lava tube pillar. Um, and we insist that it is the highest one in the world, and it has not been rebutted so far. So this is the highest stone pillar, and you can see different formations within Manjang Cave. You can see also the bridge, the bridge. When you take a look at the course within Manjang Cave, there exist these types of formations that may look familiar to you or look new to you. So personally, the discovery of these new caves were the onset of the preparation for the UNESCO Natural Heritage designation. You can see this lava tube, and that is covered with different colors. This is easily seen in the limestone caves. And the cave formations from lava tubes basically need the carbonate products. Jeju is not supposed to have the carbonate products because it is a volcanic island. However, on the northwestern or western side of Jeju Island, the coast has the caves, and that salt substances are combined with the materials from these caves, and they create limestone formations. And the sizes of the different limestone caves around the globe are not compatible with this Jeju-based caves, because the Jeju-based limestone caves are the longest and the largest in the world, and that is why they were recognized as the World Natural Heritage Sites. You can also see the stalactites, and they are created very densely. So, from when seen from the outside, it looks like a lava tube, but from the inside, you can see the carbonate products, and they create different colors of formations. And this is something very rarely seen inside the lava tube systems, and that is really beautiful. The one at the center of this slide is the cave pearl. We usually get to see pearl from the shells, and the cave pearls also grow in the same method. So in Korea, you can see the photographs of the Seokguram, the Buddhist statue, and Manjanggul, the Manjang cave. And this is the difference between the cultural heritage item and the natural heritage site. So when we ask people about the differences, they do not clearly understand the differences, and people recognize more the importance of a cultural heritage system, because people born and raised in Korea get to learn specifically about the history of Korea. But recently, the importance of the environment and the ecosystem, especially concerning environmental degradation, uh, have been recognized. In Korea, we have 14 caves that are open to public. According to the Korea Heritage Administration, South Korea has around 1,600 caves, and 53 of them have been designated as the local heritage items, and 14 are the nationally designated heritage sites, and that is as valuable as the cultural heritage item you're seeing on this slide. And these are the photographs of the open caves. You may have seen some of the caves on TV. 당첨을 cave and Yongcheon cave are different from these caves, and this is how the 14 caves have been utilized. In the past, sadly, you can see the waste piled up inside the cave. This is what happened inside one of the lava tubes, because one of the lava tubes experienced the collapse of its ceiling, and people dropped waste inside the cave. And recently, there is a Sangyong cave, and one of the pig farmers secretly discarded waste inside the cave, and they have been caught. And up until the 1960s and 70s, the stalactites and stalagmites have been stealth from the caves and to be sold. You can see a group tourists taking a tour of the historical site Changdeokgung Palace. If you get to see the open palace, open caves, including Manjang Cave, you get to see that the Manjang Cave is a historical site and is a nationally designated protected area. However, people do not recognize its importance. People just consider Manjang Cave and another open caves as just a tourist attraction. And even the Bulguksa temple, the historic temple, is also considered the destination.
남대문 블라그 이상으로 지금 계속 불이
Think
나고
about
있어요.
how the Namdaemun, the south
심각합니다.
gate of Seoul, was burnt down. It is because people do not
문을
recognize
잘못하거나
their
행동하는
importance.
게 모든
That can happen to
지역을
the natural
지자체,
heritage
지역
sites in
주민들
Jeju and
다
in other
수익성입니다.
places as well. So the
충분히 이해됩니다.
utilization of the
지역에서
natural
지역을
heritage sites are
활성화시키는 의미도
based on
한데
the profitability.
과연 그럼 우리가 그걸
The
활성화할
local
때에
governments
그 대상지에
focus on
대해서
the
우리가
profitability. That is
100년이고 10년이고
understandable. However,
어떤 보전을 전제로 해서 하려고 했냐? 그러지
we
않았습니다.
should think about whether
그냥
we
할 겁니다.
focused on the
이거는요. 그러다
sustained
보니까 지금 많은
utilization,
문제가
if they can
생기는데도 그걸
be
유지를 어떻게 해서
sustained
해야
for
합니까?
100
그게
or 1,000
자연재산인지
years.
그거의 가치가 뭔지를 우리가 알지 못하기 때문에
So without
여러 틀에서
knowing the
우리가 그거에
values
대해서
or
교육을
importance
받지
of the
않았기
natural
때문입니다.
heritage sites,
그런데
uh,
제주도는
these
달라질 거라 생각해요.
sites have
세계
been just
자연유산, 세계
utilized
지질공원
based on the profitability.
그런 의미에서
And that
대한민국의
is
가장
not your
앞서고
fault.
있는
It's because you have
자연유산에
not been
대한
educated.
인식이나
But we
그
should be
보호법들이
different.
있나
We should take a different
활성화되게
approach.
계속해서 제주도라고
It is because
그리고
Jeju
제주도
is where
주민들
the
자체의
activities
어떤
and
느끼는
efforts related to
의지에도
the
불구하고 할
natural
수가
heritage
없습니다.
sites have been
그래서 저게
more
보시면 가장
vivid
기본적으로
and
중요한 건
visible.
자연재산에 대한
And
활용은
it has been
교육입니다. 교육.
more well known.
딱딱한 교육도
It
아니고
has been
재밌게
better
해야 돼요.
known to the
재밌게 하는데
public
그
in
교육의
Jeju as well.
목적은
So the
이
purpose of
대상지가
education should
가치가 있다는 걸 알려주기
be
위해서 하는
the
겁니다. 그래서 그러한 교육적인 걸 통해서
publicization
저
of
안장물, 헌재
the
쌍용물
importance and
내가 그냥
values of
들어가서
these
여기서
natural
그냥
sites.
튀어나오고
And
뱉는 건
if
아니고
you go
우리는 뭔가
inside the
소중한 가치가
caves
있네 라는 인식을 하게 되면
and if
여러분들이
you
상상력을
recognize the
가져서
values
상상력을
of the
발현해서
natural
가게를
heritage sites,
짓거나
then
상상력을
you will
발현해서
not
건물을
think
쌓시거나
about
그러진 않으시잖아요.
smoke
경복궁
or
같은 것도 그러시고. 근데
urinate
대한민국의 그
in the
아름다운 가게를
historical
짓거나
sites
거기서
or
소변 대회를
other
보거나
natural
스케이트를
sites.
보거나
There are
하는 게
so many
우리 일이지 않습니까?
people who
중국 관광객이 와도 해요. 근데 그거를 막지를 않습니다.
drop or who discard,
그래서 가장 중요한 건
who litter
정말
garbage
앞서서
inside the cave and urinate.
수익과
But they are not
어떤
stopped.
보전이 아니겠습니까?
So
근데
it's
저는
because they need to attract
불안정한 곳에 우리가
people.
과연
So the
수익만큼이나
thing is that we need to find the
불국사에
balance
훼손되기
between the
때문에 더
profitability and
투자해야겠다. 물을
the
그렇게
importance of
투자했을 때 그 앞에
conservation.
있는
And when
사업가나
the Bulguksa
숙박시설에 계시는
temple,
사장님들이 데모를 하지
just
안 합니다.
let's say if the
만장을
Bulguksa
쓴다든가
temple
헌재 쌍용을
wants to
본다든가
close
상관없어요.
its
잘 갈 겁니다.
site because of the
그래서
damage, then
어떤 교육을 통한
people
보도에
would
대한
not
어떤 가치,
protest
뭐
against it.
노블주사나
However,
지질유산의
think about what
가치들이
will happen
자연재산에
in
대한 가치들도
Jeju
알고
if we decide to
그런다고
close the
하면
caves,
또
and what
장기적으로
will the
딱 우리의
people around the
지향적으로 좋아지지
cave
않습니다. 그리고 관광의
say?
패턴도 지금과
So
달리 변하지 않는다 보고 있습니다.
we need a shift in our recognition
지금 최근
and
들어서
the way
많이
we
보이죠.
think,
저
and so
교육적으로
that we
막
can
어떻게
lead
되면
to the
저게
changes in the
그냥 자기들이 위해서 당연한 것처럼
trends and
생각하지만 때로
routines of
수백
tourism.
명, 수천 명이 와야지만
We have
관광객이
seen
없다고 생각하는 그냥 아싸
so
뒷북으로
many
왔으니까
tourists visiting
그냥
Jeju
다녀와서
Island.
오는
We
그런
have
마음
seen
그건 아니다 이거죠
the
지금.
group
그래서
tours
저런
before. However,
안내 를
now
갖고
the
제대로 된
travel trends have been
정보를 잘
changing to the
받아서 해야
individual
됩니다.
tourists. So they can
뒷북
be
상태가
and they
이제
need
지금
to be
약간 넘어가서
educated and need to be informed of the
외국이지만 그래도
importance.
챙겨봤는데
This is a
보시면
photograph of
그래서
the international sites
이
in other
보존과
countries.
활용은 정말로 양면성이에요.
So the
거기 하나짜리 이거
conservation and the
하나짜리 보이는데
utilization
그걸
are
얼마나 잘
both
활용하나
sided,
중요한데 그러려면
and
좀 번거롭고
the
귀찮아요.
importance
우리가
is
모든 인생을 살면서
how to keep
좀
balance
번거롭고
between them.
귀찮아야지
It will
우리가
be
그것도 성공을 가는
inconvenient.
것처럼 어떤 대상을
However,
활용하려면
challenging these
귀찮고 좀
inconveniences would
번거로워요.
lead to the
왜냐면 내가 할줄
success.
알아야 되니까 얘 대상 기회
It
가치
may
얘를
be
어떻게 보호해야
inconvenient,
되는지
then
얘를
we
활용할 때
need
어떻게 해야
to think
되는지
about how
다양한
to
것들이 있습니다. 근데 그 절차들이
recognize the
복잡해요.
values and how to
그동안
utilize
빠르다는 거였지만
these
이제는 그러지
values.
말아야 된다는 거죠.
We shouldn't be
그래서
hurrying
해외처럼
when
앞에
utilizing
교육
the natural
발달을
heritage
시키는 게
sites.
아니라
So just like
활용의 방향이라고 보고
it is
그게 잘 유지를
practiced
해야
in
됩니다.
other countries, we need to educate people
이사님은
on
여러분들이
how to
생각했을 때도
utilize the natural
아무것도 안
heritage
보여서
sites. Please take a look at this
가봐도 돼요.
photo. This is
제가
This shows the importance of ecosystem and in ecological values of the natural heritage sites. 6 weeks ago, I visited one of the caves on mainland Korea, and I saw lots of bats. It is the habitat for so many bats. This this cave is yet to be recognized as and designated as the nationally designated protected area, and lots of people just go inside this cave. You can see the seed seedlings and the babies of bats, and before the baby bats grow, and if people enter the caves, then the mother bats just leave the babies and just leave the cave, and then the baby bats uh, starve to death. You can see the dead bodies of the baby bats, and you can also see the bones.
내가 얘기하는 자연 문화재, 자연 유산에 대한 기본적인
So
어떤
this is a vivid
학술적인 조사
example
연구에 대한 필요성에
of
대한
the
부재
need
모르기
and the
때문에
absence
거기를
of
들어가서 그 사람들을
research
한번
into
들어가서
the
좌우명 하시라고 생각했지만 그
cultural
순간
heritage items.
저한테
People
수백
need
마리,
to be
수천 마리
educated.
새끼들 다
People
죽습니다.
without knowledge just visit these protected
그래서
areas
제주도에서는 그
and
변화를
lead to
위해서
the
세계유산
destruction of the
특별기간 대지를
ecosystem. So
가지고
Jeju
하나의
Island,
습격
under this theme,
보렌산 같은
has
경우는
launched the
수많은 사람들이
Natural
와서
Heritage
볼 수
Festival.
있고 수원에 있는 화성인에서
Cultural
저희가
heritage
와서 촬영을
festivals
와서 볼 수
may
있어요.
attract
근데 제주도에
thousands
있는 이 유산 자체는
thousands of
그럴 수가
people.
없어요.
However,
자연적인
the
환경에
natural
인간이 보게
heritage of
되면
Jeju
훼손이 됩니다.
cannot be open
그래서
to
유산
public
측정이
that way
그동안
because
했던
they will
문화유산의
be
측정과는 다르게
destroyed.
됩니다.
So
근데
we have the idea
문화재청에서는
that
문화유산이나
the Natural Heritage
그러니까
Festival needs
동일하게
to be
보기에도
different
문제예요.
from the
그래서
Cultural
저희는
Heritage Festival.
제주도 세계유산본부와
So the
세계유산
Natural
사무부 해서 그
Heritage
유산관
Festival
분들이 유산 측정을 하면서
is taking
근본적인
a
올해
different
가장 큰
approach,
목표를
especially with the
가지고
focus
많은
on the
사람들한테
educational
제한된
aspect.
시간 안에 그
We
보여주려고
encourage
여기
as many
말씀드린
people
많은
as
사람은
possible,
정말
uh,
소수입니다.
that
그래서 여기
is
보신
a
사진들이
handful group of
6명,
people,
그러니까
like
그냥
6 people
정부에서
to
됐고
10
미공개
people,
기관에 보여주려고 합니다.
to
저기에 노란 거 입으신
explore
분들은
into the
누구냐면
closed cave
그동안
sites. Those who
수혈된
are
분들이에요.
in
누구시냐면
red clothes are
버블룸 영화
those
건축
who have
내에
not
있는
been
7개의
recognized.
마을의
These are
이장님들입니다.
the leaders of the
그분들은
villages
태어나서
located
지금
in
70 넘은
near
이장님들이
and
계시고
around the
맨날 얘기만 들었지
Communodum lava tube system.
정말로 내
And
고향 안에 있는
these village
나시안
leaders have
버블룸이
heard
어떤지
a
모릅니다.
lot about the
그래서
importance of
올해
the caves, but they were not
유산본부의
allowed to enter these
유산사무부에서
natural heritage sites. So
특별사무부에서
this year,
그런 목적으로
our
일단 그
festival
마을에 계신 분들한테
secretariat
제대로
invited them
알려서 좀 보존을 전제로한
to
활용에
let
대한
them
부분을
know
시작으로 하자라고
about the
해서 지금
importance of
보시는
the
이 세계가 아니라
conserving these
만장
natural
돌
heritage
뱅지
sites.
돌
We
덤으로
visited the
여러 가지
Manjang Cave,
작품들을
Pengdi Cave, and
활용하고 있습니다.
other caves in this
끝으로
Communodum lava
제가
tube
여기
system.
젊은 분들도 가장 많으신데
Closing my speech, I
제가
would
가장
like
좋아하는
to tell the
한끼예요.
young people this.
인간의 생명보다 더 소중한 건 없다고 봅니다.
There is
네,
nothing
그건
more important
똑같이
than the
동의합니다.
life
근데 그
of
이전에
people.
그건 정말 극단적인
But
거고요.
that is a
너무 인간 중심으로 가다
too
보면 인간의 편리성으로
extreme
가다 보면
statement,
정말 지구는 진짜
too biased on the
정말
convenience of
아파요.
people.
네.
So
저도
we
지질학하면서
shouldn't be
과거에
just thinking
지구본란이
about
있었을
people.
때에 이산화탄소 농도의 증폭되는 정도가
I learned
지금
the intensity
현재의
of the
수십 년 동안
carbon
증폭되는 거에 비하면 지금은 더
dioxide,
심각한
and
정도예요.
that is at a severe
정말.
level.
그래서
Compared to
아까
my research in the
말씀을
past
드렸지만
uh,
제주도의 숲이
research
50%를 가지고
institute,
여러 가지
and
말씀하신
compared to
것처럼
what happened in the
이제는
past,
우리가
it has
여기
become
옆에
even more
오신
severe.
분들, 어린 친구들 또 그다음에 애기들
We
나오고
have
그냥
people of
제주도,
different ages
대한민국,
gathered
전
here,
세계에 있는 모든 자연에서는
and
우리가 동물도 지나가고 물도
we
지나가고
should know
바람도
that
지나갑니다.
the
저도
nature
잠시
in
지나가야
just
되는데 우리가 그걸 바꾸려고 하면
nature is
안타까운
something
겁니다.
we
그래서
need to
인간은
go
자연의
through. We
행복이
need to experience
어서
through,
봐요.
not reside there or try
꼭
to
우리
change.
인간적으로 우리 삶 속에 자연이 있는 게 아니랍니다.
Let's just not be
우리도
human
자연
centered.
속에 잠깐 지나가는
We are part
바람이
of
물일 수
the
있습니다.
nature that will
여러분
just
나라가
pass
보니
through it or
자연은 시간상하지
just
않잖아요.
periodically
요
or
말을 끝으로
momentarily
인사
reside
마치겠습니다.
in
네, 감사합니다.
the nature. And for your attention.
Thank you very much.
맨 마지막에 우리 김현 선생님께서
Mr. Kim Hyun
동물
said,
심리학자가 토해내는 휴머니즘에 관한
talked about humanism,
휴머니스트가 왜 돼야 되냐면
why we have to become humanist. Our life
우리의 질적인 삶의
relies on the quality of our life.
질을 위해 가지고 삶의 질을 위해 가지고 우리
So we have to lead a quality life. So we should seek ways to conserve our nature. So education is very important, and more than anything else,
자연 생태계 파괴
the destruction of ecosystem
어떤 고품질의 교육 관광을
and
위해서
high quality educational tourism
자연에 대한 교육이 어느 때보다 더
is important
이 부분에 대한
than anything else these days.
그런 생각이 듭니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much.
다음은
Good job.
두 번째로
The second speaker is
아까 잠깐 소개를 했습니다만은 일본 아오모리현 관광국제교육이고 서울 사무소의
the director of Seoul office, Nishoka Tadako from Aomori Prefecture.
앞서도 잠깐 말씀드렸듯이 아오모리현 역시
Aomori Prefecture
27개 부부도현 가운데 비교적 기후적으로 봐도 그렇고
is well preserved among 20 prefectures, and it is a little far from the urbanization.
자연유산에 대해서 굉장히 깊은
And the prefecture is much interested in the world natural heritage and do a number of projects.
선생님 발표해 주십시오.
Please.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는
Good morning.
서울 사무소 소장
I am Ishokara.
이 아시아 대표단장입니다. 제주에서
I'm honored to talk about preservation, and I'm happy to see you. And I'm going to talk about the preservation and utilization of the Shirakami mountain area.
아모리현의 위치는
Aomori Prefecture is located to north of Tokyo and on the south of Hokkaido, and it has abundant natural assets, natural resources, and it has 4 distinctive seasons. And we have we are well known for the cherry blossoms, and we also have the Nebuta Festival. And the Aomori Prefecture is the producer of the apples, the best producer of apples. And it snows a lot, and many people from home and abroad visit here to enjoy ski. Aomori Prefecture has a variety of attractions. And I'd like to talk about the Shirakami mountain. Shirakami mountain area is located in the southwest of Aomori and north of Akita Prefecture. And it's 1,000 meters high, and it is 130,000 hectares in area. And this was designated as a natural heritage in 1993. And the core area is 16,791 hectares. And 4/3 of the Aomori, 4,000 of the hectares belong to Aomori, and the rest is belong to Akita. Shirakami Mountain has a beech tree and a number of the flora communities and fauna communities too. And for in a very limited, restricted area, the villagers and the residents are allowed to collect vegetables, and it is really left intact. And the beech tree forest is well known around the world, and in the involvement of the marine and freshwater life ecosystem. And for the involvement of the natural plant community plays a very important role in Shirakami's Mount Shirakami. The management of Shirakami mountain area is in 1995. Shirakami Mountain World Heritage and the liaison office discussion was established in 2007, and many governments and related institutes and organizations are connected. Shirakami mountain area remain intact, and it leaves the activities, it's a kind of activities to nature. And we observe the nature in the core area and preserve the present status. The core area, Akita Prefecture, bans the entrance, and the Aomori Prefecture allows only 27 routes to climb the mountain. The buffer zone is less restricted compared to the core area, and the visitors can experience the abundant natural assets of the Shirakami mountain area, and many people visit there. And we have the patrol activities. The abuse and illegal violation of the specific climbing route because of the concentration of the visitors. And then we also restrict the regulations and prevent illegal activities and do manners activities. And in 1990, the visitors number 61,000. However, in 2010, before the visitors number 428,000, and during the COVID, it reduced to 174,000. The number of the visitors reduced, and we want to see the value of the number of the different values of Shirakami, because in the anniversary of the 20th anniversary of the designation. And the present government and the local governments and other related organizations restrict activities and patrol activities and operation of the visitors center, and manage 5 routes, and then develop new programs and do a number of projects. For the new measures, we have the outdoor education programs for the primary students, and preservation of the program for the business people. On the right, you said the beach business system, and Aomori Prefecture German relics are registered the World Cultural Heritage, and we had a photo exhibition. In 2022, we renewed the displays of the visitors center in Shirakami. This is two-side theater. The screen is 3 meters in diameter, and we can see the 4 seasons of Shirakami. We also carried out the exchanges since 2010, and we had a signed a sister relationship, and we continue to do the activities for the preservation. And we also invited the Jeju people to Aomori for the Shirakami experience program and the event. And in the same year, July, Aomori Prefecture staff also went to and exchanged did the exchanges by the participating in trekking. And in 2023 marks the 30th of the registration of the World Heritage. Aomori Prefecture has the target of the hand down the Shirakami mountain area in the marking the 30th anniversary, and Shirakami Mountain and its neighboring areas will be preserved and will be aptly utilized. World Heritage has existed with the local community, and because it is a part of the local community, and it coexisted with the villagers as well. So as well as the local government, the residents and the local governments should play their role to hand down our heritage for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Director Nishioka Dadahiro of the Aomori Prefecture's Shirakami Mountain Heritage Office in Seoul gave us a presentation about their natural heritage site. As he mentioned, the Shirakami mountain is important. Next year marks the 30th anniversary of the natural heritage designation. In 2013, they marked the 20th anniversary, and the representatives of Jeju visited the Shirakami Sanji Natural Heritage District and met with the prefectural heads to discuss various issues concerning the natural heritage sites and their preservation and use. That was 10 years ago, and next year marks the 30th anniversary of its designation as the natural heritage site. So they will announce different types of conservation and utilization measures, I expect. Just as Mr. Nishioka said, Aomori is well known for its apple brand, Aomori Lingo. And also popular, also famous, is its natural heritage site. And a few years back, Japan's ancient kingdom formation was recognized in its Zomon cultural heritage site. So Aomori Prefecture has a substantial amount of natural and cultural heritage sites, and it is a representative local government in Japan that has worked for the preservation and utilization of these sites. Our last speaker is Yi Kwang-chun, the president of the World Natural Heritage Preservation Association. Dr. Lee is also an expert in geology. He has worked and contributed to the designation of the global geopark sites of Jeju. And he has also wrote different articles for international journals, and that was another contribution of his to the inscription of Jeju's natural heritage sites. And he's also a member of the Provincial Cultural and Natural Heritage Council, and providing a great deal of support. And he is. Let's invite him for his speech. Thank you. Hello. It is nice to meet you. My name is Yi Kwang-chun. In fact, I majored in geology, but I am not an expert in the studies of volcanoes but when studying the lava tubes, I started working with Mr. Kim, Dr. Kim, sitting next to me. As a member of the cultural committee of Jeju province. Luckily, I could join the efforts to inscribe Jeju as the cultural heritage and natural heritage and the global geopark sites recognized by the UNESCO. By then, these three titles were not widely known to the Korean people. As a member of the Cultural Heritage and Cultural Heritage and Natural Heritage Council, I could join the efforts. So, what would be the exact measure for the preservation of the natural heritage sites? People would suggest different ideas. It is not an easy task to resolve. Jeju was the first in Korea to be recognized as a natural heritage site by UNESCO. And Jeju also has the nation's first global geopark sites. We also have the Dangcheomul and Yongcheon caves that are rare to be found in the world. And that was one of the reasons why Jeju Island was inscribed as the UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site. We use different terms for their designations. First of all, we need to clearly define the concepts and the designations. So the Cultural Heritage Administration of Korea sorted out the terminology this year. And next year, this will be completed with the enactment of the related regulations. When we talk about the natural and cultural heritage, we use the term heritage. The term heritage, 문화재, in Korean, according to the unabridged dictionary launched by the Korean Language Agency, this term, 문화재, heritage, is defined as everything that is done and made by human, both tangible and intangible. And the second definition is that the items that are protected with the designation by the nation, and that includes different items. So the culture is created by humans. So the Cultural Heritage Protection Act includes even the natural items too. So to be precisely, if you think about the cultural heritage and natural heritage items, you mean heritage items, then you would wonder if Bulguksa Temple or Hanla Mountain would be either heritage items or both heritage items. So culture should be something, 문화, culture is created by humans. The Bulguksa Temple was created by people. So the general notion is that the Bulguksa Temple is a cultural heritage, but legally, by statute, Mount Hala is also the cultural heritage, although it is a natural heritage. If you see the red tide grows in a large colony. And if you visit this site, located near the Udo Island on the eastern coast of Jeju, you will get to hear that people complain that this is not a cultural item, but it is protected as a cultural heritage item. So that should be protected, which means that the fishermen around that village are not able to work. So I asked the members of the Cultural Heritage Administration about this issue, and I said I explained that the resident is correct. So I completely agree with him. But legally, there is nothing wrong, but conceptually, it is wrong. So the first notion, the first definition of the cultural heritage is would not be a problem, but the second one is a problem. So Jeju Island was the UNESCO Natural Heritage recognized first in Korea, and secondly, the mud flat it was also recognized. So here in Korea, the Cultural Heritage Administration in Korean, it is 문화재청. So 문화 is cultural heritage, and 청 is the administration. But currently, the natural heritage in Korea is also addressed by the Cultural Heritage Administration. That is an issue. So this year, the Cultural Heritage Administration announced that it will involve in the natural heritage issues, and it will also change the name of the agency itself. So the introduction of this natural heritage title made lots of changes in the policy measures. So then next year, this changed name will be applied to the Heritage Administration. We're thinking of naming it the Korean Heritage Administration, and there should be legal grounds as well. And now we are considering the enactment of the related act. So the UNESCO divides heritage items into the natural, cultural, and mixed heritage items. So the natural and cultural and intangible heritage items would be the national heritage items. And the cultural heritage, 문화재, would only be used by the cultural heritage experts, and it would soon disappear, I suppose. And let's talk about the preservation of nature. When we promoted the designation of the natural heritage title, it was the first in Korea, and there were many people opposing to the designation. Especially the UNESCO titles were new, and people find them so unfamiliar. But we made lots of efforts, and in Songsan Sunrise Peak, Songsan Ilchulbong Peak was included in the natural heritage site. And if you take a look at the left side of the Songsan Ilchulbong Peak, there is a Haenyeo Egypt. That's a house for women divers, and that is where women divers collect seafood from underwater and sell them right next to the Songsan Ilchulbong Peak. So think about the purpose of the designation. The World Natural Heritage Site is designated for the protection of the site and the conservation of the site. And here in Jeju, women divers collect seafood from underwater and cook them and sell them. People would wonder if that is an act of destroying the environment. So local residents were worried if they had to relocate this women divers house to a different place. So people suggested the migration of all of the Haenyeo women divers to different regions at the time. So, but that was not an ideal option. So instead, we decided to invite experts, especially the lava tube expert in the United Kingdom, and the UK expert is named. He visited the women divers house next to Songsan Ilchulbong Peak, and he had a chance to talk with the women divers, and the women divers said that they cannot continue living, continue making a living if with the designation. And the UK expert answered that why should we destroy this house and why should we stop them from working there?
살아가야
Natural heritage sites are not just solely for the protection of the sites themselves. It is where people should live and make a living. And he said that the women divers live next to the natural site would be the harmonious way of living. So that is how we came to think about the measures to not just conserve, but also to utilize the natural heritage sites. And the local government started making efforts to help them renovate their buildings and make a better living around the natural heritage site. And lastly, for the designation of the geological park, global geopark, we invited another expert. The speaker talked about the educational tourism, and the invited expert has once written a report about the tourism, and he pointed out that people visiting a tourist destination, especially Jeju, they just take a tour and just return. There was no one who gave commentaries about the site, especially when he visited Manjang Cave. So many students just go inside the cave and they just walk around and they just took photos and they just didn't learn anything. And he said that what is the purpose of this type of tourism? And so educational tourism was stressed, highlighted in his report. So that was the opportunity for us to change our recognition and awareness. And over the past years, we have seen the growing trend, growing changes in the trend. People do not simply just enjoy, but try to learn about things.
원춘 교수님한테
Thank you very much. We have education problems and terminology problem. Last but not least, we want to hear something from Mr. Lee Sang-mok, the member of the expedition. Please have just 5 minutes. I have the same problem, and I'm not a specialist. The Jeju natural heritage should be preserved, but when we see that, it is very likely to destroy. And we picked up about 30 members of the expedition into the nature, and they are from all walks of life. And we want to let the world and Korea know about the Jeju Island. We spent 5 nights and 6 days, and we visited Jeju Hala Mountain, Songsan Ilchul Peak, and we visited many caves, and that experience was really valuable. How can we let the people know. If it is well known, then it might be very likely to be destroyed. I am living in Jeju for 1 year temporarily, and I'm from Andong, and Andong has a number of the cultural assets, and I got also mixed up with the natural and cultural heritage. Cultural heritage can be used as tourism assets, resources, and if it is destroyed, we can recover it. However, the natural assets and resources are destroyed, and we have no way to recover that. So we have this kind of task. So I hope you can also consider these facts. So let's preserve the natural heritage. And then further, we have to preserve Jeju Island. After the COVID-19, we visit many cafes and we have the delivery food. And around the coast of Jeju Island, you can see a lot of waste. And Jeju cannot cope with this huge amount of waste. So the government should change their policy and then should set up all the regulations. So that's my hope. That's the end of my presentation talk. Thank you very much. So I forced him to cut it for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And last but not least,
이 우리 리더스 포럼 제주 청년 국제 대사분들을 대상으로 해가지고 질문을 좀 모은 게 있습니다. 그래서
and we collected some questions from the youth group. One is
문화유산이 관광 자원화로 연계되어 지속 가능하게
city and cultural heritage should be developed as a resource for tourism. How do we develop this?
유산을 부담을 해서는 50대 남성 2명이 구속됐습니다.
And two people in their 50s were arrested after they destroyed the natural heritage. So what should we do? So the first one is it is not easy to make it very short. Mr. Kim Yeon, can you answer this? And Dr. Lee Kwang-chun will answer the second question. And this is more common. And natural heritage itself is not what you know. It's different from the cultural heritage, and it is as valuable as the cultural heritage. So you saw the examples of the Japanese example. So following the steps will do right things. And thus nature cannot be discarded after using 10 years. If you understand the value of the natural heritage, you will focus on that. And this is my answer. And Dr. Yi, you took example. I took an example. The natural heritage is the top of the top natural heritage. And 1/4 of the world heritage is natural heritage, and Jeju natural heritage is really superb. And young people should have educational tourism and preservation tourism. If you go to the rural village, you cannot find young people. Young people should be involved in the preservation more actively, and they should move this into action. Thank you very much.
우리가 2007년에 세계 자연유산이 되고
2007.
공원이
In 2007, the UNESCO World Natural Heritage was in
관광객이 얼마
title we won, and in 2017 we won the title for the Global Geopark. And before the designation, and we used to have 6 million tourists visiting Jeju. And starting from 2010, nearly 10 million visitors took a tour of Jeju. And in 2012, 13, and 14, we saw the 1 million growth every year, up to 17 million visitors to Jeju. Just as Dr. Lee and Dr. Kim said, Jeju has the natural heritage that is the unique in the world. And the priority should be the preservation and management of these properties. And on top of that, we should think of the measures, reasonable measures, to contribute to advance livelihoods of the residents by the administration. According to the media report, as of yesterday, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, 13 million visitors took a tour in Jeju in 2021. Even under the harsh conditions during the pandemic, the number of visitors to Jeju is ever increasing. And hopefully, young leaders would consider what measures should be taken. And that is not the question limited to the young people, but should be extended to the older generations who organize the UNESCO World Heritage Festival. And I express my gratitude to all of the participants who are joining us, who have stayed with us for long hours, and thank you for your attendance and attention. Thank you very much, and please give him a warm round of applause once again, and to the panelists too. Now you may return to your seat.
이번 프로그램을 통해서 우리 제주의 자연유산을
And this
가치화하면서
session highlighted the values and
안전을
importance of
고도를 전제로 한
UNESCO
화합을
World Heritage
위해서
items of Jeju,
성공이
concerning
나누고
the measures for the conservation and use of these natural heritage sites. We will be able to think about other sustainable options. And please give them a big hand once again. And this is the end of the morning session. And we will resume the session at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. I have an announcement for lunch. And
지금 띄워주시면 감사하겠습니다. 본 세션 보시면서 바로 QR 코드
we also have the request for the satisfaction survey. Hopefully you will leave comments, and the lunch will be available at a terrace. Please use the escalator to go upstairs. If you go outside, our staff members will usher you to the lunch table. You need to present the lunch coupons.
다시 한번 QR 코드 들어가셔서
Again, I would like you to kindly ask you to participate in our satisfaction survey, and I will meet you again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
안녕하십니까? 안녕하십니까? 마이크 테스트 1, 2, 3 괜찮아요? 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 반갑습니다. 반갑습니다.
반갑습니다.
끝에 두 사람은 반갑잖아요.
안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
바트마 선생님 반가워요.
네, 반갑습니다.
오늘 JDC가 주최하는 제2회 아태 영 리더스 포럼 제주에 오신 것을 환영하고 오늘 이 행사는 온라인 오프라인 동시에 중계되고 아마 관람이 될 것 같습니다. 좋은 세션으로 진행되도록 협조 부탁 잘 드리겠습니다.
네, 잘 부탁드립니다.
그러면 됐어요? 저기 말 좀 빨라요 지금? 어때요?
아니요, 괜찮습니다.
괜찮습니까?
네, 괜찮습니다.
한국에 몇 년 계시다 그랬죠?
한국에 오래되지 않고 거기서 제일 길게는 9개월 살았어요. 국어도 거의 15년 전에
хотелось бы идти по плану, если честно. Если он будет много лишнего говорить, то такой, все. Он сейчас уже другие вопросы задает. Да, я заметила это тоже. Что ты хочешь? Я не говорила о том, что я здесь год учусь.
경험이 많아서 되게 자연스럽게 잘하시더라고요.
사투리.
편하게 하시더라고요. 기대해서 이렇게 하시는 거 같아요.
이게 편한데 혹시 뭔가 좀 괜히 이렇게 그래 보일까봐 잘 모르니까.
그러니까 이게 분위기가 있는 거예요. 이게 자연스럽게 보여요.
Я тоже полтора часа будем Полтора?
이기적으로 보이는
Что наш получается будет полтора часа? Я не знаю. Я вот думаю, польпет и рассказал 10 минут. 10 минут стресса и все. Слушай, вот вопрос был. 가장 기억에 남는 점은 연수하는 동안.
미얀마도 지금
예, 미얀마를
Почему тоже руки трясутся? Это мне раскрыло.
미얀마도 이제
Короче, ты там про йоты же рассказывала. Про что? Йоты. Йоты таги? Вот это, который... 아니, 가장 기억에 남는... Второй вопрос. 기억에 남은... Я, короче, хотела рассказать про Халасан, потому что у меня и йоты, и Халасан. И я вот думаю, я же первая рассказываю. Я про Халасан рассказываю в следующем. Да, я тогда... Я чуть-чуть про йоты скажу, что мне все понравилось.
아까 어저께 지금 안 나가는
Нет, яхта. Ты же тоже про йоты рассказываешь? Там же просто типа коротко, что я впервые... Вот ты скажешь, что впервые, я скажу, что мне вот этот Никим понравился, то, что мы все вместе.
이게 누구한테 갈 수도 안 갈 수도 있고
Хотя нет, я про него так и не У меня и так много долларов. Ну все. Ну я много тоже не буду говорить.
아, 경전이라는 그 좋은지 알아요. 이것도 다 필요가 없어서. 근데 이제 회사가 뭐 존재하는 건 아니고 제일 치우는 미얀마의 사람 제일 치우는
거기서 근무할 때 그러면 잘 알던
그 회사 보스랑 진짜
다리를 잡느라고 잘 부탁드리겠습니다. 회장님만 믿고 있습니다.
잘 되고 있지는 않아요. 근데 이제 하려고 노력하고 있죠.
Блин, ладно, я про йоты и про Галасан лучше во втором вопросе расскажу. Что-то смотрю в третьем
또 이제
про Чеджу Сенхваль.
참여를 많이 해요.
А, 몰라. Что-то я...
이거 베트남 같은 경우는
더 맞아요. 그런 것도 가능한데 미얀마까지 그 정도 단계는 안 되고 미얀마 정부 사업에서 네,
사용을 하시나요?
지금 뭐 베트남이나 태국이나 그런 거 하시는 업체도 워낙 많으니까 사실 변경력이 없고 미얀마는.
A pleasant evening, distinguished guests, forum participants, and young leaders. 이 정도면
괜찮으세요?
네. 감사합니다.
And I also did that. And your opinions, your thoughts will be considered for the next forum. When you register, you are given number, and then you will get a text message. If you did not do any QR code satisfaction survey, you can participate in later if you get a text message. For the concentration of the forum, please do not leave your seat. After the third session, we'll have closing ceremony, and then we'll have performance. South Carnival is waiting for you. So please do not leave the room until the forum completely ends. We invited many people from all walks of life, and they listened to your voices. The first session was about the environment, and this forum is about the job. So many people are interested in their job situation. So I think everybody's ready. Let me introduce the third session. Let us begin the last session organized by the Korea Foundation, Jeju National University, and Daewoo Global Management Institute, entitled World's Youth and Introduction Job Opportunities. The session will be moderated by Mr. Park Chang, Vice Chairman of the Daewoo Global Management Institute. And the panelists are students who completed the JNU JDC Korean Teacher Training course, including Kumar, Patma, and Jamila, as well as the Daewoo Global Management Institute's GYBM alumni members, Kim Bo-won and Kim Hyun-woo. The third session will be moderated by Mr. Park Chang-hyun. I am Park Chang-wook, the Vice Chairman of Daewoo Global Youth Business Management Institute. Daewoo is a strange word to you. However, Daewoo shipbuilding still remains. About 20 years ago, Daewoo had been very active and operated many businesses around the world. I'm honored to be here. And I hope that the second Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum, Jeju, will be meaningful and bear good fruit, so that that will give you good motivation to find jobs. We invited 3 people who are involved in the Korean training session, and Banishi from India, Jamila from Kazakhstan, and Batama is from Kyrgyzstan. All of them are from the Central Asia, who participate in KFJ and OJD's Next Generation Korean Teacher Training course. And Mr. Kim Bo-won and Kim Hyun-woo also studied in Vietnam. And Kim Hyun-woo studied in Myanmar for 10 years, and then he worked there. And we'll make a good team for FIFA World Cup football. I hope this forum will give you good inspiration and young people's jobs are very important. And if the jobs are not handed over to young people, then there will be no future. And then some of you studied in Korea and some of you studied in Southeast Asia, and how you did your training and what you think about jobs. Korean Foreign Exchange and Jeju National University have the intensive Korean training teaching session. And Russia and those from Central America, Asia come to study Korean for the and their Korean is already at some level, so they have intensive training in Jeju. And it's about 3 years since we started the intensive training, and 74 people graduated. Now, we will listen to their life in Jeju, good or bad or difficulties. And I'm very curious. I came down to Seoul. What shall I eat in Jeju? I wonder. What was your favorite food, Bunny?
한국에 와서
Minish.
여기까지 왜 두세 번만 먹었는데 제일 맛있는
The most delicious food is raw fish for me. What about Jamila? I like a chicken casserole. Jeju, my favorite Jeju food is hairtail stew. I tasted rapoki, but I didn't like it. When I came to Korea, I found it very nice, and I like bulgogi. So your favorite food are such, and why don't you introduce yourself? Good afternoon. I am Manish from India. I teach Korean language in Nehru University, and I attended the third next generation lead intensive Korean training. And when I go back to India, I will teach the Korean language. And I hope that I can help the Korean companies in India and Indian companies operating in Korea. As a professor, he mentioned his experience. I'm Jamila from Kazakhstan. In 2016, I finished my master degree, and then I taught Korean language in Kazakhstan, and I now attending the intensive training program. I hope to be a good teacher. I'm Batama from Kyrgyzstan. I came to Korea in September, and I am learning Korean and teaching method. Before coming to Korea, I learned Korean, and then I graduated. When I go back to Korea, I want to teach Korea very well.
제주 교육자로서 공부를 하는 거니까
You are all
또 배울 것 같습니다.
educators.
제보도 아마 우리 대한민국도 한글이라는 걸 공부해야 될 계기가 있을 것 같은데.
There might be some motivation to learn Korean language.
외국어를 공부할 때는
We have some motivation to learn the foreign languages,
굉장히 매력적으로
and foreign languages are attractive to you, so you want to learn foreign language.
한글을 배우게 됐는지 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Why did you like to learn Korean language? When I started Korean language, I didn't know about Korea. I was in high school. I met a Buddhist monk in high school from Korea. And I paid attention to the products made in Korea. And then now I came to learn about the Korean companies. Even though I had TV, LG and Samsung, I didn't know they belonged to Korea, and I also thought about North Korea. And I tried to learn about those products, and the scissors and nail clippers are all Korean products. Why they produce so many good, excellent goods? And then I asked myself why. After I graduated from high school, we have to take an entrance exam. There's only one university teaching Korean, and that's Nehru University in Delhi. I passed the exam and I started to learn Korean. And I learned a lot about Korean products and Korean language. My teachers said the Korean language is very difficult, but it's very interesting as you get used to it. When students learn foreign language, I think teachers should give them some interest, and they should draw the interesting features out of the foreign language. And I find it very interesting. And then I decided, I made up my mind to learn more about Korean. I'm happy. That's a good episode. So you learned about Korea through the Korean products, and Korean teachers had a good, interesting English Korean programs. So there are many elements who attracted you to the foreign language. So when you go back, you will still use the Korean products. What's your motivation, Jamila? I saw drama, a handsome man as beautiful as the flowers, and the Korean wave started in my country. I knew that Korea existed, but I didn't know about Korean language. And the Korean also uses Chinese characters as the Chinese language does. As I'm getting graduated, my friend's sister, elder sister studied in Korea. And what subject was it? That was Asian studies. And my father said the Korean language will influence Kazakhstan. And since then, I studied Korean. I have no regret. I made the right choice, good choice. Your father has a good eye for the future. If Korea did not develop economically, the country's economy developed and advanced. And you said, beautiful men, as beautiful as flowers. That's the drama. The most influential element is the Korean drama. In Kyrgyzstan, about 10 or 15 years ago, we had a drama. The family all gathered together and watched the Korean drama. We didn't know about Korea, but we started to get interested in the Korean language and the culture. And then after that, we started to learn the Korean language. So the Korean drama taught me the attractiveness of the Korean culture and the Korean language. And the first one is interested in the software. So we have to be careful to produce more good content. So the motivation is Korea, Jeju Island, your life, and what things most impressed you. Do you remember? Which one do you remember best while you are living in Jeju? Jamila? I was thinking the most interesting things, impressive ones was go yacht riding. And we sang songs and we had wine and we had a good time on the yacht. And the Filipino friends and me climbed Mount Hala to the summit of the mountain, and the weather was not very good. It was raining and cloudy, and I couldn't see anywhere. So I went to the top, and the sky cleared, and I could see Mount Hala. I was so overwhelmed, so I cried. So that's the thing that I remember most. Jeju weather is very changeable, and you might get embarrassed or you might get very happy. Even Koreans feel the same way. Batuma, I climbed up to the top of Mount Hala. When we climbed, with the friends from Thailand and Vietnam, but still it was very hard to climb the mountains and my legs hurt. When we reached the top, we saw the seniors, elderlies, and young children reached the top of the mountain, and a young man carried his child up to the summit. Koreans are very good at climbing mountains. You did outdoor activities a lot. Koreans like hiking. After I came down to Jeju Island, there are so many things that I can remember. The teachers of the Korean language taught us very well, and Jeju people are very kind, friendly. We didn't know what to do, but many people helped us. I don't eat pork and beef, and I was worried.
9/11이나 거기서 세계 가운데 거기서 있는 아줌마들 다 이거 먹으면 이거 고기 있고 또 소고기 있는 거 아니면 돼지고기
And the people in the restaurant explained to me about the food, and this is beef and this is pork, and so they are very friendly and kind, and I had a good life. I climbed up Mount Hala. I didn't prepare my food. I was very hungry while climbing up the mountain. And Koreans who climbed the mountain at that time gave me tangerines and some food. So I thought we can share food with each other. Jeju Island has a lot of tangerines. Whenever we go, we can get free tangerines. And if it is like this, then nobody will suffer from hunger. So I really enjoyed climbing. And most of you talked about the mountain. You know, Jinsi Emperor who united China for the first time, the country is Jin. And he ordered to bring the plants who can keep you young forever. And some of the people went to the east and they saw the three mountains, Gyeonggang Mountain, Jeju Mountain, and Hala Mountain. So if you come and eat what is grown in Korea, you will get stronger. And just a few years alone, you can drink the waters running in the stream. So you can see the traces of the history. You don't have to worry about your health. Did you make many Korean friends? Any friends you can remember? Could you introduce your Korean friends? We didn't have time to do that. So if you are interested in making friends with those you can be their friends. We study all day from 9 to 6, so we didn't have opportunities.
친구한테도 좀 마음을 나눠 봤잖아요. 우리 제가 아까 이야기할 때 7-Eleven 아니면
I met some Koreans in 7-Eleven and other Korean climbers. Friends, to make friends is not very important. The most important thing is you share the opinion and you understand each other. And the Koreans young Koreans who go abroad do not make friends easily. So it is very important to help some people. In Kyrgyzstan, I had Korean friends. When I came to Korea, I had a difficulty in making Korean friends, and Korean friends in Kyrgyzstan helped me a lot. I went to Starbucks and they put it on Instagram. I know a Korean friend. She saw me on SNS and she sent me some coupons. And you have many things to remember. The last question is, do you remember anything about Jeju best? That you can tell your friends, so you can recommend the program highly. Is there anything that you want to tell your friends that you remember very well and recommend to your friends? Through these programs, I learned a lot. It was very meaningful and rewarding. I had a good time. I recommended this program highly to my friends, and especially in Jeju. The language center. On the way to a language center, I could see the ocean. We do not have any sea or oceans in Kazakhstan. So Jeju National University is wonderful. So your country is enclosed, surrounded by the land, so it should be very attractive. So I want to be as fluent as Koreans. I learned Korean. I'm not very good at writing, and I'm not very good at some pronunciations. The teachers help me improve my pronunciation. And I could see how well those from other Asian countries speak Korean fluently. And now I become a bit more fluent. So if I practice, I could speak Korean as fluent as Koreans. Through this program, I could improve my Korean and then had experienced the Korean culture. So as well as the improvement of Korean language, I could experience Korean culture. So in Kyrgyzstan, we want, I recommend other people highly to the Kyrgyzstan friends, younger friends. So do you have anything that you can take pride in the Korean language program? And now I learned how interesting it was to learn the Korean language, and they used Korean dialect and then revived our interest. So the class was very interesting, and I was never bored in the classroom. So I thought the same. then I advise them to study very hard, and I recommend them to go out of the dormitory and see many Korean culture and Jeju culture. During the weekdays, we study very hard from 9 to 6 in the evening, so we can make use of the weekend. And how we have the chance to contact with the Korean people.
여러 이야기를 건네주시네요. 일단 이 세션을 통해 우리 사전 교육자 오신 분들 세션을 마무리하면서
And this is the end of the
불편한 지식을 배우시면서
Korean teachers program and the educators for the Korean teachers program. And now relax. And now we'd like to ask GYBM.
GYBM may sound unfamiliar to you. GYBM was launched by Jeju for the purpose of educating global leaders in the business management sector in Vietnam, Myanmar, Thailand, and over the past 10 years, we educated 13 million people. It's a one-year program training people on site. It is a very tight program, especially in Vietnam. People need to learn the language, and I heard that it is more difficult to learn than learning Chinese. And the students there are set to learn the language 4 times faster than those in other programs. And these 2 people are one of them who studied in the Southeast Asian countries and attended our program. And they will be the global leaders traveling around the world and will be actively engaging in the business management sector. And I hope they will give short introductions of themselves first. Who would like to go first? Mr. Kim. Hello. As the moderator introduced, I graduated the first program of the GYBM, and I am the alumni president. My name is Kim Bo-won, and the previous speakers were really good at making speeches, and now I speak the Korean language as my mother tongue, so I would like to do my best. 10 years ago, in February, I moved to Vietnam for the GYBM program, and I stayed there for 1 year and learned the language, and I got a job in Vietnam, and I also launched my own business, and I returned to Korea in January, and now I am working in a Korean company. The educational course lasted about a year, and after that, I worked with the Vietnamese colleagues for about 4 to 5 years and speaking the Vietnamese language there. And I would like to share my experiences and knowledge concerning how I obtained the language. Thank you. There is an alumni consisting of 13 million graduates of the GYBM course, and he is the chairman of that 13 million group. And the next one is from Myanmar. Myanmar is experiencing the military incident, and that is a social unrest. And I would like to introduce Mr. Kim Hyun-woo. Hello, my name is Kim Hyun-woo, and I am Myanmar. To briefly understand myself, introduce myself, I majored in architecture in university, and I was preparing for employment, and I wanted to be more professional, and I joined Seoul National University for a graduate school program, and I finished my master's course, and I also completed the doctoral program at Seoul National University, and I applied for the GYBM course afterwards. I am the member of the 7th GYBM, and in Myanmar, the 4th GYBM member. From 2017 until 2018, I studied through this GYBM course, and in August 2018, I started working there. After finishing the course at GYBM, people usually get a job at Korean companies on site, but my case was different. I got a job at a Myanmar company, so I am the only Korean residing in Myanmar working for the Myanmar company. There are so many other international employees, but I was the only Korean member. And I worked there for 3 years. And then there occurred the COVID-19 pandemic and the junta event. And inevitably, I returned to Korea last year. And the president of the company I worked for decided to invest in the company I am now working for in Korea. That was a short period of time, but you studied a lot and you built career experiences as well. Many of people who are gathered here have learned that these people learned the languages and they used their linguistic skills to get better jobs, to improve the quality of their life. In Korea as well, we are experiencing the shortage of job opportunities, and 80% of young people would like to work overseas if possible. So those countries ranked first to 10th were the rich countries, just like UK and France and Canada, which means they want to work in the advanced, clean, and safe countries. And China and Vietnam were the only countries that were not these European countries or North American countries. And these people decided to work in Southeast Asia, and that was very unique. Actually, there are more than 20,000 businesses established in the Southeast Asian region by South Korean entrepreneurs. And what was the reason and motive that drove you to decide to work in Southeast Asia? Mr. Kim, as I mentioned earlier, in 2012, 10 years ago, I decided to move to Vietnam. It was the first year that the GYBM was launched. I didn't have any prior information. I learned that Kim Woo-jung, the former president of the Daewoo company, directly involved in the launching of this business program. And just like now, 10 years ago, there were issues concerning youth and unemployment. And I was one of the young people who had the same problems. And I made the final decision to move to Vietnam at the time. And now, before the pandemic, South Koreans had traveled a lot to Vietnam. However, up until 10 years ago, not many people had visited Vietnam. Even elderly people looked down on my decision, saying that why would you want to travel to the underdeveloped country? However, when I traveled to Vietnam, when I decided to move to Vietnam, I learned that they had really well-established highways. And that was the difference I noticed from my prior knowledge and the post knowledge. So I noticed that if you live in this site, then there will be difference that you will experience, and that was not as difficult as I expected. Now, Mr. Kim Hyun-woo, in my case, I think I had the series of worries, especially after graduating from university. I decided to join the graduate program, and after earning my MA, master's degree, I also wondered if I should attend the doctoral program. But at the time, the DOGYBM operators said they are hosting a startup contest for the global youth leaders. And I was lucky to compete in that contest, and I was able to prepare for a startup. And I won one of the awards. And at the time, the award winners received a special gift. It was staying with President Kim Woo-jung to make an industrial site visit to Vietnam and Myanmar. And I stayed with Mr. Kim traveling around Vietnam and Myanmar, and that was a turning point in my life. And the impressions I had at the time were very intense. And after that program, I decided to join the GYBM, and I prepared for the application. And after completing my doctoral course, I applied for the fourth Myanmar GYBM course. You too were educated through the GYBM course, and you also succeeded in getting a job there and made a stable living. What were the tips for your success? Maybe you could share some of the tips with the young people gathered here. Some of them would likely have have opportunities to work overseas. So how about the other panelists from Central Asia and South Asia? Mr. Kim Hyun-woo, in Myanmar, you will see a very intensive sentiment concerning religion. Myanmar has more Buddhist believers than in Thailand, and even the culture is very conservative. Working as a foreigner in Myanmar, I was very cautious because I didn't want to make people feel uncomfortable by violating any Buddhist rules. And they also have the water festival that is very different from the culture in other countries. And joining them, enjoying the cultural festival was a good opportunity for me to understand their culture. And there are male employees, and in Myanmar, there are certain hours and certain periods where the male employees join the Buddhist program and get our hair shaved, just like Buddhist monks. Okay, the culture part is very important in Myanmar. Thank you for sharing your tips. And Mr. Kim Bo-won, in Vietnam, as you already know, concerning the global and world history, Vietnam is the only country that won against the United States in a war. That proves that the Vietnamese people were confident about their own culture. People, when I mentioned that part, saying that you are a Vietnamese person who could win over the United States, and they find it very pleasant, and that was a good opportunity for me to get along with them quickly. Another point is to utilize the K culture. To be honest, I wasn't a fan of a K drama. I watched only a few entertainment shows on TV while I was living in Vietnam. However, some of my colleagues came to me and asked about the K singers and K actors or actresses, but I had little knowledge of them, so I decided to listen to the latest pop songs and the latest pop and watch latest pop drama soap operas as well. So I encourage you to be more interested in the K cultural content. Thank you very much. When people buy other people's minds, then you shouldn't be theoretical, but you should be cultural. You should sing with them, you should use the same language, and you should wear the same clothes. That has been scientifically proved. To get along with people in other countries, you should take a cultural approach to them. That was a good tip. An important tip you shared with us. Another important tip, since you were staying to study the Korean language in Jeju, it took one of our members to 6 to 7 years to master the Myanmar language. So how about you share some of your impressive memories about learning the language and living in other countries? Taking the GYBM course, I learned that it was a very localized program. We spent at least 8 hours taking courses on the Myanmar language, Vietnam language. But the thing was that we tried to focus on getting along with people in Vietnam and Myanmar. In my case, I was studying in Vietnam and working for a Korean company, but I worked with people, Vietnam people working for the Korean company. So it was important for me to pick up the business management related terms. It wasn't an easy task, but I did prior research, and that helped me collaborate with the Vietnamese colleagues. And in my previous company, there was a program to educate the colleagues on the Korean language, and I taught people working for the company the Korean language and sharing some cultural knowledge. And I could exchange with them for linguistic skills and cultural understanding, and that helped me getting along with them. In my case, when learning the Myanmar language, it helped me a lot to take the GYBM course. To be brief, I would call it the Spartan style. It was like installation of knowledge into my head. I put a lot of efforts into it. And though it was difficult to pick up the language, it helped me a lot when I got involved in the working for the Myanmar company afterwards. So even though it's a short period of time, if you put a lot of efforts and if you spend enough time to learn the foreign language when living in another country, it will help you improve your experiences. In my case, I was educated in Korea for 5 months, and later I studied in Myanmar for 5 months in Myanmar. So 5 months in Korea and 5 months in Myanmar, and this program was very intense, and this intensive class eventually helped me. Later, working for a Myanmar company, I was able to communicate well with the colleagues. Thank you. I was one of the program organizers, so they also participated in a program where they can cook Korean dishes and sell them. And I heard that India and other countries have some enthusiasm about learning, just like Koreans, and that I came to meet lots of students from different countries. And for your reference, you need to find what you're interested in, especially concerning the products. Then you should pick up the jargons. And if you go deeper into the features of those products, then you will face some difficulties. However, this training method, though it is difficult and intensive, they will be very useful in the future. And please give them a warm round of applause.
Now, I'd like to listen to your opinions. How do we expand your ideas? Korea now use the term new northward policy and new southward policy. And it is hard just for Korea alone to expand towards the world. And we include Southeast Asian countries and India. A new northward policy is Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Russia. So we have Korean diaspora in those areas. So we help each other to picture our future. Yesterday, the president of Vietnam visited Korea. So how do we develop that kind of exchange? And we need background knowledge to do this. You don't have to answer my questions, but how much you are interested in Korea
대부분 학생들이 이
and
이건 내가 주제
how they relate or connect
열심히
the Korean language and your experience to the job training and young people's getting job, Myanmar, Vietnam, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and India. Please answer briefly. Who will do first? And Professor, let me hear about India.
인도 경우에 보면
In India,
한국어 배우고 일자리 찾기는 너무 어렵습니다. 이유는 한국어 회사도 많고
we learn the Korean languages, and there are many Korean companies.
또 중요한 것은 한국어 배우고 나서 계속
After learning Korean, they want to work for Korean company, and then they work for 4 or 5 years, and we don't have new job opportunities. Some people learn Korean, and they also prepare for the government servants. So we just don't work so long just by using the Korean language. For 4 or 5 years, they move to another job. There are many more students who speak, who learn the Korean language. And at Nehru University, and they have 1-year program to learn Korea for 1 year. So the engineering students can work for Korean companies in India or work in Korea. If we do that, it might be easy to get a job. So economically, they talk about fourth revolution, industrial revolution. Just learning language does not help you find a job. If you want to get a job in the fourth industrial revolution, you can learn Korea and work for other countries. In manufacture, you can get more jobs. But in reality, we don't have many new jobs. We are fast growing in the fourth revolution, but the job opportunities are not many. There are not many job opportunities in robotics and biotechnology. However, they have to find jobs. If we learn more about those engineering field, we can find more jobs. So you learn Korean language, but it is not directly connected to the jobs. In Kazakhstan, we don't have any demand for Korean language. Since the 1990s, in our university, We started to teach Korean in 1980, and there were only 4 students learning the Korean language. And this year, and Asian studies, Korean studies, and nearly 390 students learning the translation and interpretation and Korean studies and the Korean languages. And there are so many other universities in Kyrgyzstan. I live in Almaty. We have Korean Language Academy. And each semester we teach 500 students, and a total of 1,000 students learn the Korean language. And we cannot get more students. The demand is high, but it's very hard to connect the Korean language, those with the Korean language, with a job. There are more Korean companies operating in Kyrgyzstan. So it is not easy to size the job, the number of jobs. And there are many more problems. And whatever the type, kind of the knowledge they have, they want to get jobs related to Korea. What about Kyrgyzstan? The demand for Korean languages is very high. Many people want to learn the Korean language. There are 3 aspects. The first one is to work in Korea. We have the test for AS topic, and many people go to Korea to get a job. The second one is they like the Korean culture, Korean wave, and they have high interest in the Korean culture.
그래서 이제 이렇게 관심이 높았기 때문에 몇 년 전부터 뮤직계 그 키르기스탄 수도 그리고 오시라는
And the capital and the second largest city, OC, we have Sejong Korean Language Center. And there are other private language institutes because we have high demand for the Korean language. For students, we have many Korean people, altogether 17,000 people. Those who want to learn the Korean language and want to go back to live in Korea have many. There are many. The Korean people might find it easy to get a work permit.
쉽게 풀려서 여러분.
So I hope you will also get the work permit easily. What about Vietnam? Vietnam, the demand, they have such enthusiasm for the Korean language, and they have Korea has become the first foreign language, in addition to English, French, and Chinese, and that is the first foreign language from the elementary to the university level. I was involved in the education, and according to the statistics, more than 50 universities have a Korean language program, and there are Sejong Korean Language Academy, more than 20. So the enthusiasm for the Korean language is huge. And the Korean language education is directly related to find jobs. When they learn English and get a job, and when they learn Korean and get salary, and their salary is as high twice higher than the other people's salary who majored in other foreign languages. And private investors also come to Vietnam. So the demand for Korean languages is very high. Just like Kyrgyzstan, they want to get work permit. The Vietnamese want to get work permit in Korea, and they can work about 4 or 5 years. And they sometimes work for 7 or 8 years in their homes. After working in Korea for 7 or 8 years, they go back and then they can lead a very comfortable life with the money they earned from Korea. In Myanmar, the demand for the Korean language is very high. And the K-drama and K-pop is very popular. And it started with Jumong and Daejangum. Nearly all the people of Myanmar watch the program, and that is kind of early education program. And there are so many Myanmar people who understand the Korean culture. And the English department is very competitive. And the next one is Korean and Japanese and Chinese. So the interest is very high.
첫 번째로는 베트남이나 이제 마찬가지로 이제 한국으로 이제 외국인 근로를
And many of them from Myanmar want to get a job permit in Korea. And also many of them want to work in the Korean companies in Myanmar.
미얀마에서 한국어를 잘하는 친구를 찾는 것은 생각보다 어렵지 않은 정도로
It is not difficult to find fluent speakers in Myanmar. Myanmar's language system is quite similar to that of Korean. Please buy. Where means buy and come, and the language order is quite similar. So the Myanmar people have good fluency of the Korean language.
This question now applies to the 3 foreign students. Daewoo used to run car manufacturing factories and even mobile phone manufacturing companies in different Southeast Asian and South Asian and Central Asian countries, which means that business leaders enter the market first, and then the ordinary public decide to move to other countries. So we should not just end in making exchanges with people, but build factories and manufacturing facilities there, and so that we can employ people from the ground and use the materials from those countries, and that way we'll be able to create more jobs and for not just for the people there, but also for those from overseas. And we need to stabilize the system first so that companies can make a decision to relocate their businesses to those countries. I have been to some of these countries, and a, a professor, the professor from India said that there are some lack, shortages of job opportunities. However, in some other countries, there are more opportunities for young job seekers. So Vietnam and South Korea are working to improve the relationship. So not just for the business purposes, but for other reasons. I hope that you will share your ideas on how to attract people to your country so that people can learn about your country and make a decision to do business in your country. So can you appeal to them about the advantages and merits and good parts about your countries? You have stayed in Korea for a while, and you may have some ideas about some you may have some ideas about how people from Korea to mm, be more profitable in your country. In India, or you can appeal to people about the business opportunities. I agree with you. In India, more than 600 companies are owned and operated by Koreans. There are so many opportunities in India too. The Indian administration of trade has launched the single window for Koreans. They're trying to sustain the businesses that were relocated from Korea. Compared to South Korea, the products made in India and the products made in South Korea have differences in their quality and the prices as well. Products made in India are not necessarily cheaper than those produced in Korea. So if Korean people relocate their businesses to India, then they will be subsidized by the national government of India, and of nearly 200 countries around the world, only 2 countries can have business access, a business visa to work in India. And there is also an opportunity for cooperation. The Indian economy is the most, the fastest growing, the fastest growing in the world. So there are opportunities, I believe. And what about the situation in Kyrgyzstan? In Kyrgyzstan, there is a high awareness, public awareness of Korean products. The Korean products are perceived as the premium products with good quality, not just mobile phones, cars, and even health foods and many other commodities as well. They are favored by Kyrgyzstan consumers. So I think if you own a shop that sells Korean food and Korean commodities, then that will be helpful as well.
상품에 관심이 많으니까
So
그동안
you said
준비를
that
했으니까
people have high interest in South Korean commodities, and that will create a job opportunities and business opportunity for Koreans, and that is your point, right? Any other people who would like to make a comment? How about the Vietnam or Kazakhstan?
우리가 대한민국에
Let's
와보니
say
우리
you
카자흐스탄에 이런
came
문화가 있어.
to Korea, and why
뭐 좋아하잖아.
not introduce some of the cultural aspects of your own countries so that people can stay in your country for long days, so that that will be a job opportunity for tour guides as well. Is it a difficult question to answer? I think it is okay.
혹시 뭐 미얀마 하실 말 있습니까?
How about in Myanmar? In Myanmar, the business owners or entrepreneurs
미얀마 직원을
shared their common idea, saying that when working for people from Myanmar makes them feel comfortable, more comfortable. It's not because of the lowest wage that they can pay for the Myanmar people. The thing is that they have the shared identity, and this homogeneous aspect is very important in Myanmar. I know there is a difficult situation in Myanmar currently, but your point would be appealing to the Koreans who are seeking business opportunities in Myanmar. South Korean government has focused on the New South and New South policies and many other focuses on the other parts of Asia. And let's now touch upon the remaining part. The panelists here talked about networking with people in the country, so making friends will be helpful. So how should we promote our networking with people? It is a good point for young people to, especially when they decide to work and live in other countries. They should be challenging. They can live for about not just for short stays, but also for long stays, 5 to 10 years. So that will be a good motivation for them to do business with them. And I think you too have some of the good tips for them to share with them. Concerning that matter, currently, the term global or globalization has become very often used and familiar. And my idea is that this makes the situation in more need of the global attitude and the networking. Let's say that you collect information from the internet, but if you do not know how to utilize this information, then it will be useless. Living and working in Vietnam for the past 10 years, I had to localize myself. If I failed networking with the people there, then there would have been limitations in what I could do. So from now on, if young people in Korea are seeking job opportunities and business opportunities in other countries, then I encourage them to build a very good networking with them. Networking is really important. I totally agree. And then how to build that network? My idea is that based on my experiences, since the GYBM course attendees study and work in less developed countries than Korea, so they unintentionally feel proud of more proud, and they feel superior to other people. But that is something that we need to refrain from ourselves. And yesterday, I saw Julian Quintard moderated one session. So that is probably we find him very familiar. He speaks the Korean language. The same applies to us. If you go to another country and want to live and work there, then you need to pick up the language first. You need to be fluent in that language, and they can prove your zeal to learn about the culture. You talked about the global attitude of the next generation young leaders, and I would like to ask the other three panelists in a reversed way. If you say that you would like to work for a Korean company in Korea, then what would be your ideal company? Are there any companies that you would like to work for? In fact, I have never thought of working for a Korean company. I am planning to work as a Korean teacher, and if successful, I would like to complete a master's and doctoral program too. My ideal job would be working for a Korean university, but rather than that, I would prefer to work in Kazakhstan to teach students in Kazakhstan the Korean language. In Bangkok, Thailand, there is the highest level university where the department teaching the Korean language was launched. And I met a teacher there who had the doctoral degree, and his Korean language skills were better than mine. He was the coordinator who helped us take a tour on the business sites there. And hopefully you'll be able to work as one of the same kind. Kyrgyzstan, as far as I know, there are many Koreans traveling to Kyrgyzstan. Are there any job opportunities that you would be willing to have in Korea? Well, I want to work as a Korean teacher too, so I think since I took the course for the Korean language teacher, becoming a Korean teacher would be more helpful. And in Kyrgyzstan, there are many Russian speakers who would like to learn the Korean language. So I'll be able to teach Kyrgyzstan people speaking the Russian language, the Korean language. So you would like to help people visiting Korea to learn the language pick up the Korean language more easily. If I have a chance, I would like to introduce you to some of those seeking opportunities, learning in your country. What about you, Professor Kumar?
제가 박사이긴 하니까 네,
Since
그런 생각은 없고 그래도
I am
이제
a
부직상보다는
teacher,
창출자가
I would
되면
not
더 도움이 될 것 같아요.
become a job
그러니까
seeker,
난
but a job
부직자를 생각하지
creator.
말고
I
창출자를
don't consider
생각하면
myself as a job seeker,
잘할 수
but
있어요.
a job creator. So that will be the point of my dream. So you three are studying in Jeju to become Korean teachers, and it was a valuable opportunity for me to get to know you. Now we will open this session for the floor. If you have any questions or if you have any comments to make, then please raise your hand.
계시네요. 잘 부탁드리겠습니다.
Right.
어느 분을 지정해서 질문해도 좋고요.
If you point to one person and ask a question, I'm the second band of the Jeju Forum ambassador, and I'm a supporter. Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like to ask questions to Kim Bo-won. She worked in many countries. And the young people from all over country, from the world countries, from their religion and from their school. And what do you think about it? They are discriminated against. So how can we embrace all these differences and discrimination?
최근에 이미 전 세계적으로
Recently,
인종차별이라든지
racism and
많이 올라와서 그런 전체적인 관심이 높아지는
equality receive a lot of attention from people. If Korea wants Koreans go abroad to get a job, and many foreigners come to Korea to get a job, and then we try our best to get rid of all this kind of discrimination and other prejudices. And developed countries, developing countries, and underdeveloped countries all have different kind of prejudices. So we should open our minds, and we are all equal. We are all human beings. So we have to change our concept. In order to do this, we don't have to make an extra effort. You should try to understand the other country's culture and customs. And if you understand the culture, you will understand the people, and you can respect the other countries. So the problems will be solved and the problems will be reduced. Thank you very much. And he has been emphasizing the importance of consistency. So I think this is a good answer. Another question from the floor? I'm the youth supporter Kim Min-jang from Jeju Island. I had a chance to teach Korean to Vietnamese. And I admire you very much on the stage because you learn foreign language, and I also learned foreign language. And I am glad to hear about good experiences. And I'd like to express my gratitude. And I'd like to ask Kim Hyun-woo, and we have to strengthen our competitiveness, global competitiveness. So what kind of the quality or power that we have to develop and improve?
좀 전에 이제 짧게 말씀을 드렸었는데
I said very briefly,
우리나라 청년들이 이제
Korean young people
한국에서 일을 하는 것을 굉장히 선호하시죠.
prefer to work in Korea. There are big companies and very attractive companies.
해외에서 근무를 하거나 해외에서 어떤 일을 하는 거에 대해서 조금 두려운 분들이 다
If some of you may be afraid of working overseas, but if you pay attention to overseas, you will find more opportunities, and you can improve you better. So I highly recommend you to work overseas, and the challenge is very important.
세계에서 어떤 것을 무슨 이바지 해보고 싶다.
And if you think about contributing to the world, then you can go overseas. And you have to change your minds. Open mind is very important. You should try to understand the other people's culture. So open mind is very important. Another thing is the language is very important. The language is key to understand other countries and culture and respect the people. Language should come first. So if not, you just see the surface only. When you work overseas on the scene, the culture and weather, climate may be not good, and you have to overcome. We talked long. Before this program, I thought about myself, and I graduated in 1982, and GDP was $2,000 and $3,000, and you can compare the level, and Korea has grown rapidly. When you see the foreigners, you always think about the level of GDP, and this is not very ideal approach. I earned about 2,000 and 3,000. I wasn't that sad. I was happy, and I am proud of myself and my country. So I try to challenge for my job, and you should understand and respect the foreigners' culture and the people, and the new North policy and new South policy should not be looked only from the viewpoint of the GDP level. And you have to open your minds, and then you try to exchange with other foreigners. And we have many festivals, and they flock together. Koreans flock together, and foreigners do not try to take Koreans. So I felt a bit pity. So this is why we have this kind of forum. So that's what we have, this kind of insight. And this is the end of the forum. And big hands to everybody. Now we and give him a big round of applause to moderator Mr. Park Chang-wook. And that was a very meaningful time. And now you can leave the stage. Thank you very much. So you find it very useful, meaningful.
그리고 또 많은 정보 제공과 더불어서 궁금한 사항들이 좀 그럭저럭 잘 긁어진 듯하시네요.
And we dug down all different details, and you exchange your ideas, and thank you very much.
고맙습니다. 네, 어제와 오늘 양일간을
Yesterday and today, we operated a Young Leaders Forum. So this is the end of the 3 sessions, today's program, and we'll have the closing session. So everybody should be here, and then you will have the performance, wonderful performance. So we'd like your active participation. And we'll see in about 20 minutes time at 3:40 or 3:50.
네, 오늘 이제 마지막 폐회식만 남아 있습니다. 저 역시 어제 그리고 오늘 마이크를 잡으면서 다양한 이야기도 듣고 또 여러분의
Now we are having closing ceremony left.
더욱더 회의가 넘쳐지고요. 더욱더 숙제를 가득 안고 가는 기분입니다.
And we have a lot to think
입장하지 않으신 분들은 들어오셔서
about young people.
가운데에 객석이 많이 남아 있어요. 이 회의실에는 또 공연이 준비가 되어 있는데 이렇게 가만히 얌전히 앉아서 들을 수 있는
Performance is prepared. And just do not sit around. And then please respond to the performance actively.
공연이 준비가 되어 있습니다. 기분 좋은 시간이 준비가 되어 있으니까 이렇게 마음을 좀 열 수 있는.
And please open your mind.
전체적으로 좀다 자리에 착석하신 것 같아요.
And I just see that everybody is ready for the closing ceremony.
여러분이 봤었을 때 왼쪽에 자리가 많이 남아 있습니다. 그쪽을 향해서 안내할 수 있도록 착석할 수 있도록 안내해 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
And more seats available here.
자, 이틀간 여러분들 즐거운 시간 되셨습니까?
You enjoyed your 2 days forum.
유익한 시간이 되셨나요?
Was it meaningful? Was it helpful?
서로 소통할 수 있는 유익한 시간이 되었을 거라고 생각합니다.
I hope that you had a good time to communicate with each other.
적극적인 참여가 그리고 또 여러분들의 소중한 의견이
Your active participation and your valuable opinions will be considered if you give us your opinions on the satisfaction survey.
여러분들의 소중한 의견 남겨주시면 고맙겠습니다.
So give us your valuable opinions.
국제 교류 프로그램이 참 많은 분들의 공감을 얻었거든요.
And we had so many responses from yesterday.
여러분들이 목소리를 내주어야 더욱더 많은
So you give us your voices and you will get more support.
여러분들의 이 손 끝이 굉장히 중요합니다.
So your active participation is very
이제 회의실이
important.
보고 있어서 이사장님 입장하시면요 바로 진행을 하고자 합니다.
So the chairperson will be coming in. How was your luncheon?
잘 준비가 된 걸로 알고 있는데
This is well prepared. And please wear your masks.
그리고 어제 행사 약 이틀간 아주 지식도 지혜도 배움도 충분하고 충만한
For 2 days, you earned a lot of knowledge.
전에 저희들 영상을 준비.
And then we have a small video clip.
제2회 아태 영 리더스 포럼 네, 어제와 오늘 우리 함께 걸어온 발자취들의 감회가 새롭네요.
These
다시
are the
한번
footsteps of ourselves over 2 days. Please give yourself a big round of applause.
참여하면서 참 다양한 분들의 이야기를 듣고 싶은데요.
So we listen to a lot of people, and then we invite one person.
공동으로 추진하는 글로벌 환경 서포터즈 그린시티
Global Environment Supporter Samdahan will be on the stage.
A pleasant evening, distinguished guests, forum participants, and young leaders. My name is Neha Sam, and I am a part of the second Green City Ambassador project. It is indeed my privilege to express before you the efforts and initiatives of the young leaders I met during this program. Words fall short for the experiences and learning that I was able to gather during the course of this project. The second Green City Ambassadors project began on the 21st of September 2022, and that was the day I met 14 vigorous, enthusiastic, and bright youngsters who were zealous to pursue green and eco-friendly initiatives. As a group of people that I had never met before, it was surprising how fast we were able to get close to each other due to our like-mindedness. During the course of these 3 months that we have been working together, I was amazed to see how genuinely we all worked towards learning more about environmental issues and trying to do our little part in being engaged in solving the problem. I was a part of the research team composed of a total of 4 members. 2 of us lived in Seoul and 2 live in Jeju. Despite being from different places, studying in different fields and universities and having absolutely different schedules, we made sure that we at least met once online for brainstorming sessions. And although this was tough, I can surely say that the things that I learned during this time, I might not forget for a lifetime. Moreover, I'm really grateful to my teammates who made sure and took concern of my limited abilities in Korean and always took time to translate the technical parts while creating a very inclusive environment and making me feel very comfortable at all times. These past 3 months have been beyond learning. It has been more of an awakening for me on how much difference a few young people can make. After 3 months of intense brainstorming, research, and teamwork, we arrived in Jeju a few days ago for the main forum and immediately started working on the booths and how we could convey the messages and things that we had researched on to everyone and to the forum participants. As you might have seen outside, the level of creativity and the models and the events organized were just mind-boggling to me. And I really would like to extend my gratefulness, appreciation, and congratulations to these young leaders who were able to achieve this feat. During the forum, we had the opportunity to meet distinguished personalities and other young climate enthusiasts who participated in our stamp event and continuously interacted with us, giving us suggestions, asking questions, which was really enlightening. I saw that many youngsters came here not just to participate in the events, but also contribute to the same and discuss about it. Finally, all throughout these 2 days, I felt that the forum encouraged and appreciated the role of youth in taking action in tackling climate change. Undoubtedly, the second Green City Ambassadors project, as well as this forum, was a success. And I extend my sincere gratitude to our managers, Mr. In-ho Kim and Ms. Soi Jung, for their excellent management of the project and for always being so kind and considerate while coordinating with us. Without them, this event would not have been possible. Lastly, I really hope that this activity continues to encourage the youth by providing them with a platform that brings out their voices and opinions to the world. As a part of this project, I feel elated on seeing all that we were able to achieve in these few months, and I look forward to more opportunities that would be provided by UN Habitat and JDC. I hope that everyone who attended this forum together with us takes a bit of what they have learned from here and practice little steps towards protecting the environment in their daily lives. To all the young leaders here today, I hope I see you in the future as leading environmental supporters and achievers. Thank you and have a great day.
네, thank you for your speech, and we hope to see you next forum. 고맙습니다. 여러분들과 함께.
Thank you. It was a wonderful comment that she expressed gratitude to the opportunity she had during this forum. And I would like to invite Mr. Ko Kwon-hyun, an official supporter group member of the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. He will share his impressions about the forum. Hello, I am Ko Kwon-hyun, an official supporter group member of the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. First of all, it is my honor to be speaking on behalf of all of the supporters. This is my second participation in the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. Last year, I was a part-time worker preparing for beverages outside this hall. During my recess, I was curious about the forum and entered the hall. And the Green City Ambassador and the youth supporter group caught my eyes. I was impressed by the confident and leading people speaking for themselves. And this year, I decided to speak for myself, just like them. And that is how I joined this forum as a young supporter. This forum was hosted by the JDC and the 6 JDC partner groups under the theme of the environment, peace, jobs, and youth. And there was a pre-event that was hosted for Singapore students and Jeju students, and we had an in-depth discussions on their exchanges and the results of their activities. And above all, this was not a top-down approach forum, and it was the most impressive part of this forum. For example, we had a range of speakers from different sectors of community. All of the speakers respected other people's ideas and opinions, especially during the JDC session. The speakers and the panelists and even the young supporter groups sat together on the stage to share their ideas. So the second Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum was noticeable not just in the content of the forum, but also in the format of the forum to represent youth, justice, and the environment. It proved that it is as precious as the light and salt. The Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju would be a good example for for other types of forums, and I would like to express my gratitude to all of the organizers, especially the JDC officials. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ko started his attendance in this forum as a part-time worker, and this year he joined the forum as a supporter. That was a rewarding experience. And we also have the final speaker, Mr. Yang Young-chul, President of JDC. I would like to invite him on the stage.
Two people before me talked so well. You expected a lot from our Young Leaders Forum, and I'm afraid we didn't meet your expectation. If we haven't met your expectations, then we will do next year. Good afternoon. I'm the president of JDC, distinguished guests and online participants, and those who are here. It is time to wrap up. So I'd like to appreciate those staff who made all their efforts to make this successful. Over the 2 days, we talked about the fairness job, young people, and environment. All together, we shared our opinions and we gathered all the knowledge and wisdom. Based on the understanding of the changes of time, we also expressed our creative ideas, and we sort of prepared a food stand for our future action. So we will create new future by gathering our knowledge and wisdom, and we didn't limit ourselves to certain level. And the development oriented by the young people will be very meaningful. And there has been conflicts among countries, and you young people will play a leading role in the future. All the leaders of young people have one mind and exchange opinions and find good wisdom, and then we'll create a bright future. The second Leaders Forum, Jeju, is connected with Jeju and Singapore and other countries. We will continue to work together, and will provide a place or opportunity to exchange ideas. So that's what we think. So I hope your memory of Jeju will be a good one, and we'll see you at the third Young Leaders Forum. The passion and your interest and enthusiasm you showed is really appreciated, and I hope you're all the success and health. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are the leaders and major players of the future, and he will give us all unlimited supports. Please give them another round of applause. So we've seen your enthusiasm and passion, and this is the end of the Young Leaders Forum. So your passion will be reverberate with the South Carnival's performance. This is Jeju's typical representative band, South Carnival. Please welcome him. Welcome the band.
안녕하세요. 저희는 사우스 카니발이라는 밴드입니다.
We are South Carnival Band. Glad to see you. I heard that you are the leaders of the world, not just Korea. In 10 years' time and 20 years' time, you will play a leading role in the world. And I'm glad to be here. You must be tired. So we'll wrap up with a good mood.
We are South Carnival from Jeju. Jeju Pride. All right. Ska, ska, ska. Jamaica ska. Ska, ska, ska. Can do the ska. Not every people, not everybody can do the tour, but everybody can do the ska. And the dance that goes like it. Ska, ska, ska. Jamaica ska. Ska, ska, ska. Can do the ska. Not every people. Not everybody can do the touring, but everybody can do the ska. Then the dance that goes like this: ska, ska, ska. Jamaica ska. Ska, ska, ska. Can do the ska. Ska, ska, ska. Jamaica ska. Ska, ska, ska. Can do the ska. 오케이, 오케이. 지금 저희가 하고 있는 이 음악이 자메이카의 스카라는 장르인데 이 스카에는 추는 춤이 있어요. 우리 한번 배워볼까요? 너무 딱딱해. 다 같이 머리를 위아래로 리듬을 타면서 자 이번에 양팔을 위아래로 헷, 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 헷. 이것이 바로 자메이카 스kanky 가봅시다. 아야 에헤 머리를 위아래로 발을 흔들어 엉덩이도 흔들어 흔들어 shake it shake it baby one more time 머리를 위아래로 발을 흔들어 엉덩이도 흔들어 흔들어 shake it shake it baby 아야 ska 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 Jamaica ska 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 can do the ska 아야 ska 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 Jamaica ska 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 제주도 스카 제주도 스카 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 Jamaica ska 스카 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 우리의 스카 우리의 스카 감사합니다. 예, 저희는
It's been 14 years since we were established. At the beginning of making this group, we wanted to become popular in Korea, but over the past years, we decided to focus more on locality. Not many people know well about local music, and we decided to make locality popular. So we visited Hawaii and other regions to find the authentic locality of Jeju. Brazil is known for samba and bossa nova, and we adopted that style with the Brazilian rhythm in our carnival.
계절의 향기 얼굴에 스치면 이내 일렁이는 부드러운 목소리 나른한 그 향기 내 마음에 물들어가네. 흩어져버린 마음의 인사에 보고 싶은 그때 그 목소리도 아름다운 그댈 보면 춤을 추고 싶은 내 맘 라라라라라라 라리리라라라라라 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라 댄사 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라 댄사 위 삼바 라라라 잠시 멈춰본 하늘의 기분은 여전히 빛나고 그 모습처럼 고운 얼굴 고운 그대 손을 잡고 싶은 내 마음 라라라라라 라리리라라라라 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라 댄사 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라 댄사 위 삼바 라라라 위 삼바 라라라라라라 라라라라라라 라라라
감사합니다.
It occurred to me while singing, I should have not supported Brazil. Early this morning, we had the soccer game against Brazil, but we were defeated. When we visited Cuba, we were the greatest inspired by the Cuban people when we were thinking about a music about Song of Village.
Pienso que se han parecido una polvera más y me pintaban maneras cara razón y me embrombizó el viento rápido me derribó y me hizo volar e a essere impedito volare oh, cantare oh, oh, oh. Nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare bellissimo mi invento tomato che sono in metallo del mondo s'allegro la bastia di ambi una musica dulce educata solo para mí volare oh, cantare oh, oh, oh. Da blu dipinto di blu la dice di stare lassù Pienso que se han parecido una polvera más y me pintaban maneras cara razón y me embrombizó el viento rápido me derribó y me hizo volare a essere infinito volare oh, cantare oh, oh, oh. Nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare lassù chitarro 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 1, 2, 3, 4 volare oh, cantare oh, oh, oh. Nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare lassù vale, vale, vale Pienso que se han parecido una polvera más y me pintaban las maneras cara razón y me embrombizó el viento rápido me derribó y me hizo volare a essere infinito volare oh, cantare oh, oh, oh. Nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare lassù nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare lassù hey! Nel blu dipinto di blu felice di stare lassù olè 네.
We have the last song prepared. We have learned different types of music, and finally we combine the South American rhythm with the Jeju rhythm, and this will be our last song. Thank you. We are South Carnival.
Samba. 따라서 해볼까요? 따라서. Sing along, sing along. Bigger, bigger. 가자! 드럼청이 어디에 가게 냄새냐 겁들나 크게 졸려 이버그네 이들의 와규네 기억나요 못알아들어그네 터정 도르게 빙사하게 못다 페리난 포겨 감시네 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍탕거리다 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍탕거리다 아이 욕심내 멍토 타고난 알아 점시냐 기억나 용심백해봤다 피들라 캠시네 또는 주룩 발라딘 주구로 시록한 주룩 경기 봐서 피자꾸나 널렁대게 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍땅가리다 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍땅가리다 박수 달리자 우리 아무 걱정하지 말고 달리자 우리 다 함께 달리자 자 무슨 뜻인지 알겠죠? 에헤이 미강 한라봉 여기 있는 친구들 다 같이 한 목소리로 소리 질러 아이 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍땅가리라 터르라 저들지 마라 터르라 멍땅가리라 터르라 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 멍땅 터르라 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 멍땅 터르라 여러분 재밌어요? 여러분 재밌어요? 재밌으면 다 같이 소리 질러! 감사합니다. 지금까지 저희는 사우스 카니발이었습니다. 다음에 또 봅시다. 땡큐! 감사합니다.
Thank you. Did you enjoy the performance? Was it a wonderful performance? Don't you want to listen to one more song? We'll be missing them
열기가 어디 가셨나요? 열정이 한 번 더 보여주실 수 있을?
I would like to ask them for an encore. I think we should cheer for them.
한 번 더 부탁드려야 될 것 같아요. 제가 너무 좋아하는 또
This is my favorite band, and if you love this performance, you shouldn't be just sitting in your sitting. You can just stand up and cheer for them.
분위기 좋으니까 오늘 마지막 날이니까.
I love the atmosphere here, so I would like to sing a song that you find familiar. And we will wrap up this event by singing this song.
La 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 la. 언젠가는 맑은 날도 오겠지. 그린 날도 날이 새면 해가 뜨지 않더냐. 새파랗게 졌다는 게 한미천인데 째째하게 굴지 말고 가슴을 쫙 펴다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 뭐라고? 내일은 해가 뜬다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 비가 새는 어두운 밤에 새우 잠을 잔대도 고운님 함께라면 즐거우지 않더냐. 오손도 소속 사귀는 밤이들 한숨이 납치지 말고 가슴을 쫙 펴다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 뭐라고? 내일은 해가 뜬다. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 기타! 새파랗게 새파랗게 에이 새파랗게 졌다는 게 한미천인데 째째하게 굴지 말고 가슴을 쫙 펴라. 내일은 해가 뜬다. 내일은 해가 다같이 뭐라고? 내일은 해가 뜬다. 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 감사합니다.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 멋진 무대 너무너무 감사드려요. 화이팅, 화이팅. 오늘도 열정을 전달해 주시고 가시네요. 여러분들의 열정만큼 이분들의 열정도 전달이 되었으리라 생각을 하고요. 어제와 오늘 양 이틀간에 걸쳐서 멋지게 진행이 된 제2회 아태 영 리더스 포럼 제주 여러분들의 박수로 오늘 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 수고 많이 하셨습니다. 감사합니다. 안녕히 돌아가세요. 자, 고생 너무 많이 하셨고요. 아마 번호로, 링크로 만족도 조사 관련해서 접속이 될 겁니다. 꼭 조사 응해주세요.